I am getting ready to stream here and making sure everything is set up correctly. Looks like our X stream is live, which is good. And I think the Pump Fun stream is live too. Let's check that out. Yep. That's good. And what else do we need to check out? I think that's pretty much it. And I just need to get my chat window up. Docs, chat. Okay. There we go. Now, good morning. It's been a while since we streamed here, and I'm getting YouTube notifications, so that's good. We're in good shape. So what I'm going to do here is just make sure I announce everything on X. Here we go. And post that into the Telegram so people know. And let's see, what else do we need to test? I think that's good. Yeah. All right, pretty good. So I just need to make a little post here. Where's my mouse? There's my mouse. All right, so I'll post here. Oh, it's already posted. I guess that works. All right, pretty good. Okay, so had a ton of changes in this last couple of weeks and need to kind of go through them. Actually, I should open up that window again. That way I can respond to it, to the chats. Okay. And make sure that's muted. Turn up my volume a little bit. My mic is muted. No, my mic is not muted. I'll make sure of that real quick. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. I can't really tell if the volume is working. So the YouTube, yes. I need to check the Soul Wars account because I don't think it went to the other one yet. Check, check, check. Yeah, I can hear myself. I need to check the Soul Wars account because I don't think it went to the other one yet. Okay. Alright, I think that should work. Let me move this over to the side. Hear you on X loud and clear. Okay, thank you, JD. That's all I was looking for. Because I can't really tell. I am running like 5 different streams. But apparently I need to upgrade to add another X account for the BloxxAPI account on YouTube and on Twitch. So that's fine, I'll do that later. What I wanted to run through today is some of the latest changes that I've done for BloxxBuilder. Some of them were done completely autonomously, so I need to just run through them one at a time. So let me open that up down here. Okay, so where to get a list of the changes, so I should probably open this up and look at all kind of stuff. I've made a couple of demo games. I've made like a Western FPS. Last night I made a Space Harrier clone, if you guys remember that one. So I've been testing the tools in lots of different ways. And actually I want to see what my stream looks like on the monitor here. It looks okay. Okay, because my monitor in the middle here has much higher stream resolution than it used to, so yeah. Alright, just for the major kind of stuff that I did recently, we get the help center links, Okay, so let's just kind of run through some stuff. First is this. JD's been giving some fantastic notes on what we should do for some product marketing. So I updated the site. This still is not live data. It's preview data instead of live. So we now have individual product pages for BloxxBuilder, and I'll be adding graphics to this. There are docs for it as well now. So this opens the BloxxBuilder doc site, and it has a bunch of different ways for you to go and just check out what to do. All this stuff needs to be reviewed and has some images added because it's just text right now, not the coolest thing in the world, and probably some videos as well. So this is new, that's good. Let's see, and we have, like I said, individual product pages for like Trust Connect, Stream Connect. Should be able to get populated with all content soon. Let me open up the chat window to the left over there. Perfect. Okay, and the one I really want to look at is BloxxBuilder. So there's a lot that's changed in here. So the studio games, and I actually need to make a note. I'm going to open something up on the side to give myself things to do. Here we go. As I notice them. So one of the things that I have been aggravated about always when I use this is that it's small to read even on my like giant monitor here. So so increase the base font. I definitely need to do that to make it more readable, but in the meantime for you guys I'll just increase the zoom on it so we can see it a little bit better, and that causes it not to be 100% visible. I think that's a little bit better. Let me resize this. Actually, I should probably just change my monitor resolution. It'll probably kill the stream, but that's okay. Keep changes. Okay, let's see what that looks like now. At least it's centered now, so that's cool. What you can see in the bottom left hand corner is I made a little widget so I can switch back and forth between like the admin view and the regular user view, so I can go back and forth without logging in and out all the time. So I'm going to actually go pop over there now to the logout, to the admin view and check. It's been a while since I streamed, so you know, I'm not used to performing, being on camera again. There'll be no songs today, I hope. Okay, so there was a bunch of stuff. Now when we go to create a new game, we can choose between like which platform we want to use, etc. We're still focused on Roblox, but we have stubbed in the ability to do other stuff. A UI prototype tool we have also added. We've also added a connector to, we'll switch back over to the other one. Added a connector for building right inside Creator Studio. So that's something I want to test today. I haven't been able to test it yet. But okay, let's check out. This is one that I did most recently, but let's go to Epic Quest Store, which is a little test game that I have kind of running. So for this, there is no Roblox experience yet. So in order to do that, let's open that up and see if we can connect it well. Gold Dust is a little Western FPS shooter that I was kind of working on. Kitten Empire is one that Jack and I built, and it is hooked up to the BloxxBuilder background, but we haven't started user acquisition yet. And this is our demo. This is the Streamer Oasis one. So we've got a bunch of ones here, but I do want to create a new one for, what did I call it? Epic Quest Store. So let's do that now. Ooh, I want to get that new version of Rojo for sure. So the first thing you do when you create a new space in Roblox Studio is you need to do some settings for it. Save to Roblox first, So I'm going to add this to my to-do list as instructions. There we go. Add instructions for new Roblox experience, just in case people are unfamiliar with how to use it. Because how it works is you have to have this is Roblox Creator Studio, the tool that people use to create games, mostly if they're not done in code. But if they are in code, you have to have what's called an experience. That's a game. And then inside the game, you have different places. So we have to save it to Roblox first before we can do anything. Epic Quest Store. Creator me. Actually, let's set it to Blocks API. Data sharing, all that is good. So that's the basic information for it. And I'll have to do video with screenshots and all this kind of stuff. So when you save a new experience, it shuts down Creator Studio and then opens it back up. Okay, this is fun finally running through everything. I have to fix my desktop again here real quick because the way I have my screens aligned doesn't quite work well for me right now. There we go. Now I should be able to move my mouse over. That's good. I have my monitor set up like top, bottom. This is my right one, that's my left one. So, okay, so inside Creator Studio, other things we always have to do, because I'll be using plugins, etc., or I need to enable the HTTP requests and enable studio access to API services. That's pretty much it for now. We use these if we're going to be using the Mesh API within the game. We do use the Mesh API from BloxxBuilder, but we're not going to be making any games that use the Mesh API right now. Okay, so I have a experience loaded up here. And now what we want to do is test the bridge. So I'm just going to minimize this and then get BloxxBuilder back up here. And let's pick an experience. And authorize experiences. I need to continue to Roblox. So this is the part where I use an account to connect to a specific thing. And it has different permissions. I'm going to maximize this a little bit more so you can see it. And we're going to pick a group-owned experience. And filter by groups. And this is a new one. Here it is, Epic Quest Store. So let's go ahead and select this one. I'm actually also going to go ahead and connect these other ones too, since this is all part of the same account, just in case I decide to add them later, which I will. It's been a little while since I tested this. This was kind of flaky before, because the way that Roblox kind of does its OAuth is complicated. Okay. Okay, from this I believe I need to refresh the page. Update instructions to refresh the page, because it doesn't know when I finished, is one of the things that was going on here. So let me refresh this. Okay, now let's do a pick experience. Perfect. So these are already connected to my BloxxBuilder. I'm going to connect this here and click on save. So it is connected right now. There are no assets to import, and this is the example product listing. So right now there are 9 open tasks because I started this yesterday. I should probably show you guys how to do it with a new game. So let me see if I can just do that right now. Archive the project. Let's start a new one. We'll do a quick start. We're going to pick an RPG. We're going to choose the, actually I'm probably going to make this optional too. Optional. Maybe. This is your team of AI agents that people use inside BloxxBuilder. So basically we have a lead and their job is to make stuff, make the plans, etc. This is for community and this is the actual builder. So they each have their own individual prompts and instructions. This is a Roblox game and we'll do a, hi Smoggy, type a name for your game. I'm going to keep it as Epic Questor. And name ideas, I don't need any name ideas, but if I did want to have name ideas, I could do some random names. I have a name in mind for this one. An RPG where players explore a fantasy world, complete quests, build their party, and battle bigger monsters as they level up. Yes, that's good. Auto start the build plan. So this is a new option I added, and you can see why. I'll show you. When we click launch the project, what the project lead does is it goes out and based on your game description and game title and genre, it creates a build plan. This is going to be all the different tasks that it thinks that you should be doing to build this game. And some of those you might be giving to an AI tool, some of them you might be giving to BloxxBuilder, and it just auto starts. You saw those little screen there, because normally you have the chance, if you don't auto approve that, you have the chance to go through and modify the build plan. I chose not to because they've been pretty good. So we can see here what it's already done is it's created some tasks for us to do. We always have to start with the game design document. So I'm going to go ahead and run that. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. There we go, because I changed my screen resolution. There, that's a little bit easier to see. And for this, I'm going to switch over to the left-hand side, I think. There we go. So we can see a little bit better. So the first thing we do is create the game design document. We didn't give it much information at all yet. But what the game design document is going to do is it's going to create a core loop for us, come up with some game mechanics, systems, what the progression of the game looks like, and the total scope. So the output for this is actually going to be a document that we can use to kind of guide the rest of the project. Now BloxxBuilder is set up for you to do all kinds of tasks on your own. It'll help you generate things that you need AI to help you generate, but it'll also help you just add a team of regular people or people plus AI agents to actually build the thing. Some people just want to like have AI build everything for them. Some people want to do the work. Some people want to farm out tasks to their teammates, etc. So, and if you wanted to, we can break out any task into smaller bits. So let's not do that right now. We're going to do just start building the game design document. So that runs, and you see a little scroll bar that runs while a task is running. So what it's doing is it's going out to an AI model that we have chosen to create game design documents. It has expertise in Roblox, as expertise in games that do pretty well, and it's constantly being revised. So it uses a custom prompt for this. I forget which model I chose to do it. We can look at that in a minute. But BloxxBuilder supports several different models. It uses some models for text generation. It uses some models for image generation, video generation, scripts, code, all that kind of stuff. And some of them are very basic, and some of them are the more expensive models. So BloxxBuilder kind of blends all of those AI agents into one interface and chooses which ones you should do for specific tasks. That's a little tricky to balance too, and I'll show you why later on in the stream. But basically the frontier models, which are like the smartest intelligent models, they're also much more expensive, and they change their cost mechanics all the time. Like Fable just came back online, and it's like it's got a special deal up until a certain date, and then it switches to another price. So okay, this one is done now. I can see that we're all green, and if we look at it, we can see what the game design document looks like. And it's been saved to our library of stuff. We have a bunch of stuff we're going to be kind of collecting as we go on through the build. So this loads the game design document. Now here's a chance for us to take a look and see like what it's all about. We can download this. The reason why we might want to download this is because maybe you're using your own tool set. Maybe you want to be able to go to a meeting and bring your team the game design document or put it up in Google Docs or whatever. But you can download it for that purpose. That way you can just drag and drop this into a tool as a plan to build stuff. But the game design document historically is something that we've always used when building games that talk about all the different pieces of it. And it's kind of like the central vision. The experience rewards curiosity, strategy, and progression with enough depth to retain players long term and enough accessibility to convert new players in under 2 minutes. So this is particular to Roblox and sort of like the fast attention span. And it's suggesting a target audience of 10 to 16. Roblox is actually rewarding the 16 plus age demographic with better monetization now. So I'm going to add that in too because that's relatively recent. It started in June. Choose age demographic. So right now there are more players in the lower age bracket of 10 to 16, but they pay more for the ones that are 16 plus. They're trying to get more FPSs, more RTSs, real-time strategy games, that kind of stuff. The tone is going to be heroic but approachable, vibrant, classic fantasy. Humor exists but never undercuts stakes. I love a lot of humor in my games personally, so that's something I might want to change up. Roblox players who enjoy RPG depth. And here's the main core loop. So a game loop is the most important part of your game, arguably, except for its like aesthetic. That's like what people do. What's the loop? What do they do over and over again? So this loop is that you explore the world, you discover some quests and enemies, you battle, and it's going to be, this says a turn-based light real-time hybrid. In this case, I want it to be real-time, so I'm actually going to switch this up a little bit. Actually, let's keep this as is, because turn-based can be very interesting also. A real-time hybrid, well really it's turn-based light real-time, and it's a hybrid between those two. So I think what this is suggesting is that you have the opportunity to go into a battle and then do some real-time combat. Most of the popular Roblox games are real-time, so you see something, you walk up to it, you hit it, maybe you run away. There's no like in battle, out of battle kind of scenario. You're just walking around with the weapon and you can whack on stuff. So let's go ahead and change this up to real time. I'm changing my mind real time here. But this is where you really get the opportunity to make it your own. Battle is real time. And that's how you can avoid being tagged as AI slop, okay? Because yes, you could have AI just do everything for you, but if you go and put your touch on stuff, it makes it better. Earn rewards, upgrade hero in party. So that's the first mention of the word party that I'm seeing here. Recruit companions. I'm gonna get. This is a party-based game. The original like Pool of Radiance was a party-based game as well. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Alright, I am going to keep that. Unlock new zones, harder content, back to explore world. Alright, so this is a fine game loop that monetizes well. Let's see what its suggestions for monetizations are later on. Okay, I'm going to save it and just open it back up again. Here. It's suggesting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different zones with different level ranges, and that's good. And it has sort of an end game here of a final boss, which is called the Void King. So it's suggesting a theme, which is something that we'll be able to hand off to an artist later on. This looks pretty decent, actually. So basically, to start with, you'd start by prototyping this level, then go to this level. So you're looking at 5 different maps. That looks good. So the fun thing about BloxxBuilder is that it will generate tons of different ideas for you, and you get to choose which ones you pick. Players control their hero, ability keybinds. Party members act autonomously, but players can issue one command to the party per 8 seconds. This is a so this is like a mechanic here. Instead of a single player game, you have a party-based game. It's suggesting that there are 6 different launch companions that you can have. This is actually pretty cool. A roster of up to 8 companions and swap between zones. Max party size is hero plus 3. Okay, that's good. I was going to say 6 is a lot to manage, but hero plus 3 is okay. Story driven, unlock zones, unique dialogue. This kind of game is fun because you can kind of hinge all of the action on yourself and what happens when you play. But if you have people that are helping you, healing you, doing damage, acting as a tank, that can help quite a bit. And that's actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to switch it back to turn-based real-time. And here's why. Because I can see how this will play out as a party-type game, where you have different monsters that are doing stuff depending on who they target. If everything's going too fast, you don't get a chance to like think about what you do. Okay, but that'll really come out in the combat system that's recommended. So, real-time action with cooldown manage abilities, no pure turn-based. Okay, so you walk into an enemy's aggro radius and an encounter begins. So there is a difference here between being out of combat and being in combat. You have ability slots, there's a party system, that's fine. I'm going to come down here to see what the monetization looks like. Everything that we have for inventory and loot, etc., it all needs to get created. Art assets, in-game models, if we are using in-game models for this stuff. Enemies drop from a loot table, max level at launch, every 5 levels, 3 class paths. Player chooses 1 at level 5. And you can respec. So it's actually come up with a pretty complex, fun little game here. And I remember seeing a bunch of tasks, so I bet that really maps to this. But that makes me think also, right now, all the tasks are generated before the game design is even done. So I think that what we can do is, I'm going to look at the tasks that were generated and see if we need to postpone some of those. Okay, the daily return hooks, the boss room support up to 3 players. That's wild. So you could potentially have 12 different people fighting at the same time. Server collects kills, everyone earns bonus rewards. That looks cool. Seasonal events. This, you know, that's definitely it made a note. This is post-launch roadmap. And what are the UX design principles? Every screen must answer, what do I do next? The HUD always shows the active quest objective. That's very needed because people don't like to read. They like to know, what do I do? And that will show. And it's important that everything is mobile aware. That's part of the prompt for generating the game design. It gives a good screen hierarchy. Okay. And then it talks about the central conflict, like what's the story of this particular game. This actually looks pretty cool. If we can get the automation to Roblox Creator Studio working well, this will be a lot of fun to just have it build some of the stuff automatically. Okay, so the things that are saying are in scope for launch are creating the zones. That's a lot. Out of scope, the crafting system, PvP. So this stuff that you maybe want to add later on. Okay, technical constraints. These are correct. These are correct. So I'm looking for basic errors that the game design document will have gotten wrong based on what Roblox can and can't do. 12 players per server recommended. Okay, and these are some basic launch targets. Okay, so these are things that we can scope our milestones against. Milestone scoping against launch targets. But I also have to check and see our success metrics part of every game design doc. So here's something I want to point out. When you go to make a game, I'm just making a note to check these things. When you go to make a game, you need to have a game design document in order to give you like a path from front to back. That helps you stay on track. And here's why. Because right here, when you're looking at what's in scope for you to launch, you might have like a V0.1 where you have one zone active, where you have the first 10 levels done, etc. But if you don't have kind of like the map of where it's going, it could turn into anything. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes when we're working on a game, we make something that's a lot more fun than we expected, and we say, hey, let's lean into that a little bit more, and you switch things up a bit. But for BloxxBuilder to be able to generate a complex game design like this right off the rip is pretty awesome. So we're going to go ahead and keep that. Okay, so the game design doc has been updated. So one of the things that we can do, okay, that's already synced up. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make sure the align prompts with docs. Revise each task written to reflect your game design doc. That's important. We made changes to the game design doc, so we're going to want ahead and do that. So let's revise the descriptions. All right, I think that's pretty decent. So this is the basic task board that you work against, okay, as you're building stuff out. And this is designed so you can move stuff up and down, etc. And now that the UI is done, the next thing we really need to do is sort of plan that UI by choosing a theme. So let's go ahead and do that now. It's going to generate a few different themes for us. We can open this up. It's going to generate a few different themes for us. After this runs, we'll see what it looks like, and then we can pick one. This will be like, what's the basic look and feel? Okay, so this is where it's designing what the basic HUD, what the basic UI looks like, and it's picking a few different options for us. So now that that's done, we'll let it finish, and it's going to generate the UI plans. So far so good. I've got a basic game idea up and running, and your game idea can come from several different places. This was a quick start template, and you can, let me see if I can open up a separate one here. You can do you can use the quick start template. You can pick the viral loop, which we have a bunch of different loops that we mine, recreate out of YouTube, Instagram, Roblox, and TikTok. A bunch of different game loops. So you can pick one of those. You can come armed with your own sort of loop. You can import your existing game already. You can use design docs that you may have created outside. You could just start with an empty project and start typing. So there are a lot of different ways you can do this, or you can use a design wizard, which takes you through a whole bunch of stuff. So there's a lot of different ways for you to actually start your game. And this is something that this is a separate tool called a quick UI prototype, and I'm going to move it out of this area. Basically, BloxxBuilder has a bunch of different tools inside it, which are useful no matter what kind of game you're planning or are in the middle of creating. You just might want to create a few different mock-ups or whatever. Quick UI prototype, move to tools area. And I think what I'm going to do is actually create an entire standalone area, so you don't have to go through the process of creating a game. You can just pick a tool. If you want to create thumbnails, if you want to do in-game purchase items, all that kind of stuff, or badges, or mock up your UIs, those should be separate tools. Or recommend a marketing campaign, separate tools that you can access. Because right now they're buried in the process of creating a game. Move to tools area. That's not a blocker. So far, none of these things are blockers. So we're going to close this down and go back here. And they're just about done, it looks like, with creating the... I have to do the UI themes. So let's go ahead and generate UI themes. And this is a fun little thing we added a couple of weeks ago. And you'll see how it works, is it should create for us a few different UI themes. It is. This is going to create a mock-up for you. And you basically pick the one that you like. There are a few different suggestions here already. So here's you, here's your party, your current party. This is a chat, your ability bar, menu bag, and skills. So this UI is, and then you have active quests and objectives and a little mini map. So that's pretty good. This one is similar. So we see our you plus your party members, the different abilities that you have, and some inventory items. This takes up a lot of space, even though I like the colors for it. That could appeal to a certain kind of like, it's really the epic fantasy demographic. And then this theme is very kind of like not hardcore, but simple UI based, like nature based. And I'm noticing that it's creating these sort of like MMO style chat boxes. That's actually pretty cool looking though. So these are ideas for inspiration, and we can regenerate some anytime we want. Let's regenerate some plans and themes. This is going to use 4 credits. Let me get rid of the sidebar for now too to give us some more space. So I liked the ones actually before. Definitely don't like this one. Definitely don't like this one. Definitely don't. Let's regenerate again. These do take a little bit of time. They're not instant. AI does take quite a bit of time to... well, it can take quite a bit of time. I think 20 to 30 seconds is very reasonable to generate UI mockups, a few at a time. Warm parchment tones, deep night blues, so bright orange and teal. This is super Robloxy, actually. This is more epic fantasy again. I'll do one more regeneration. So one of the things that I want to probably add in the future is be able to go back to a previous mockup instead of regenerating them all completely. Let's see, build. I'm pretty sure it did save some already. But hopefully one of these next ones is reasonable enough for us to just pick. Okay, these are interesting. This is very friendly for a Roblox game because you have very simple UI control, so it's going to be easier for a basic player to kind of get the feel for. So that one is actually pretty good. This one is actually really good too. That's got a very stylized look. It's a darker look, but that could appeal to the older demographic too, with some quests there. So, I'm looking for a classic look, so let's go ahead and choose this. Okay, I'm going to use that theme. So now that that has been chosen, I can actually create a visual style guide for this. So a visual style guide is based on the game design document and the theme we chose. And it will do everything from picking the color palette, the typography, all that kind of stuff. So it's got to use it should be using the mock-up that we chose. You can see when I click this, it used some credits right away. These don't use many credits at all. I think the basic accounts start with 50, and that's something that we'll be adjusting based on how much people use and how much it actually costs the project to run. So once we create the visual style guide, this is again another important piece, whether you're having AI build your stuff or whether you're having a teammate kind of do stuff. A game loop. What is a game loop is the question. So a game loop is what happens once you, what is the sequence of things you run through as a player to experience the game. It's not just drop you into a game. There's something you should be doing. No, that's a great idea. Define game loop. And I know that, so this question came in from JD, and he always tends to ask questions that other people are going to ask and points those things out, which is awesome. So a game loop is something that we design as a game designer. You don't just kind of drop people into a game and hope that they know what to do. What there needs to be a cohesive plan for what the player experiences. And there are lots of different types of game loops. For example, a game like Pac-Man is like collect dots, avoid ghosts, level up to the next level. It's very simple. This as a sort of RPG game loop is like you explore, you go on quests, you battle, you earn rewards, you upgrade, and then you unlock new zones. So that's like a loop of activities that you go through. It's a repeatable sequence of events that you can go through. If there's no repeatable sequence of events, then people just get lost and not know what to do next. So you have to continue to feed them, give them progression, opportunities for all that kind of stuff. So if you're setting up an RPG, that means you put a shop somewhere so they can buy stuff. A place to train so they can upgrade their skills. Or it could be simple. It could be super simple. I had a game called, what was it called? It was an iPhone game I did a long time ago. I'm blanking out right now, but it basically dropped you into a single scene. You couldn't move around, and monsters attacked you from every angle. If they were close enough, you hit them with a sword, and if they were far away, you shoot them with a bow. So for that game loop, it was switch weapons and destroy monsters and level up. It was very simple. There weren't many steps to the game loop. A more complex game loop will appeal to more types of players. Some people like to explore. Some people like to they're completionists. They like to do all the different things. Some people like to collect. So they like to collect full sets of armor. They like to upgrade their weapons until they get to a certain point. And some people like PvP. They like that competition, that conqueror motif. It would be, yeah. It's a good note. Okay, so the visual style guide finished while we were talking here, and this is what you would hand an artist, okay? So it gives a full, deep description. There's nothing like left to mystery. So these are very thorough style guides. So artists often complain that they're being left out of like the AI. They're being sidelined by AI. But this is a chance for you to add artists back in. So you give them the color values, okay? And these are the things. So when you're building stuff out, you don't just go pick numbers. You pick things that make sense, that work together. So this creates all of those kind of things together. What the text should be. There are lots of different styles he defined here because there are a lot of UI elements. What the statuses look like. And these are actually traditional. These aren't colors because it's a markdown, but normally you see like a red for danger, a green for you can get this, So it's giving you these status colors as well. And it's actually giving us a few different typefaces that we can use inside Roblox. This actually would apply to any type of game too, but in particular Roblox is giving you the exact font command that you would use to get those font families. So it's recommending that we use Cinzel or Gotham Black, Nunito or Gotham Medium, etc. The font support inside Roblox is not always that robust. It probably will be better in the future, but at least it tells you what fonts you can use. I'm terrible at picking a font, but I know a good one when I see it. But that's something I can take hours and hours looking around for. And sometimes I use fonts in my games that don't make sense at all. People are like, why did you pick that font? I'm like, I don't know. I'm not a designer. So this takes that excuse away of not being a designer and lets you sort of work with it. And then it gives you all the different, these are CSS and style names with pixels. So it gives you everything that an artist would need to design the UI well. And this is the spec, and if they're designing to spec, this is how it would be done. This is another example of you can download this and keep it in a project directory. So if you used a very complicated build tool, a very expensive build tool, like I could download all the different things for this game, the game design, the UI design, and the visual style guide. I could drop that into a directory, upload it into Fable, and say, go build this. And I would be paying through the nose for it, but I have that choice, right? So you, as a creator, you have the choice as to what you want to use. It's going very, very thorough. You know, the shadowing, the background offset that it's using, the calls to action, it's extremely thorough. And it's even recommending some different animation and motion styles. Because static UIs, they're not much fun. They don't attract a lot of attention. The ones that kind of swoop in, swoop out, or animate or whatever, those are always better. They're more work, but if you're using AI to help you, that's okay. So yeah, they also give you an implementation checklist, so that everything is given the way it's supposed to be for you to hand off to an engineer to build. In our case, we hope to hand this off to BloxxBuilder to build. So those are good. I think those came out just fine. And now it comes time to all the different tasks to actually build this stuff. So this is the basic game development loop. If I wanted to add pre-launch tasks, watch what we can do here. So we can go to we actually don't need to do any pre-launch tasks for this, for research, whatever, but we could. This area of BloxxBuilder lets you add different phases into your build. It focuses on the development phase. But let's say that I wanted to be able to add tasks to actually do a launch campaign for this game, which you should be thinking about. Because in my game developer group, I see this all the time, is people will build something, and I, as a developer, as an engineer, I will build something, but I don't ever think about, how do I market this? What do I do on launch day? What do I do after launch, etc. So these are the different types of game plans that will add tasks to your board for you to do stuff. Here's an example one. It'll create a trailer script for you. It'll create a social media launch post, a community announcement draft, and then a press kit to do. So let's go ahead and add those tasks to the board. Okay. And after so the project lead is assigning that stuff. We can also do post-launch stuff. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that would do. These are things we would do after a game is out. You don't just ship it and walk away. You can do feedback analysis, do bug triage, start planning some content updates. And those are helpful too, because it helps your community get to know like what's going to happen next. People always want to know what's going to happen next. Are you done with this or what? So we can add those tasks to the board as well. And then if I wanted to do things like add, so this one I'll keep out for now, because this is mostly based for when you have more than one person in your studio, and you can invite people, humans, to your studio to work on stuff. Special event planning, because special events are important, because maybe it's a seasonal event, maybe there's a special collab event that you want to do, all that kind of stuff. So all these plans are now in progress, and if I go back to the task board, I'll be able to see some of this stuff. We can see that as part of the launch, there's a press kit, game description, all this kind of stuff. Now, what about actually getting people? I think I had a game plan for pre-launch. What do I have here? There was a social one, and I have to see where it went to because a part of pre-launch is announcing stuff and giving people oh, that's a teaser trailer, etc. So I'm gonna do revise pre-launch list because a pre-launch actually is like, and I used to have this, I'm not sure where it went, where you like create your social media accounts and it gives you a checklist of the ones you should do. Come up with a sample graphic, a teaser trailer or whatever. Okay, so we're kind of walking through making a game here, and let's open up the main panel again, and I want to show you something that we could do. So we have this kind of thing here. I'm going to go to build, okay, because I want to start to get attention for this stuff, and I can see that it has created a game design document, a few different UI plans. These are all the different ones that we generated, and we only chose to use one of the ones from here, I believe it was. But if we wanted to do some marketing stuff, we could do a teaser trailer, and I removed the ability to do that. Let's see, assets. Let's do it here, create. So I'm going to need to kind of combine some of these things. Teaser trailer is part of this. Teaser trailer is disabled there in, where was it? In marketing. But it's available in just creating an asset. So if I wanted to create a video, and here we can see all the different UI assets that were created, we can use any of them. So anything that was created so far goes into your library, and we can always go back and access it, which is good. So we didn't actually use them, lose them. We did have them right here. So I originally liked that one. So there are a few different options there. They're still there. We can go into the video and make a teaser trailer, but I need the script. So let's go back to the workboard and go here, community trailer script and storyboard. So let's run this because I want to create a trailer script, and I'm going to go ahead and put it, when it's done, I'm going to put it in the teaser trailer. So the result for this is going to be a prompt. And even though it's 40, 60, and 90-second trailer, which you would give to somebody normally to build, because a lot of, or use your own UI tools. We have some like OpenAI, but they are expensive to use. So we'll integrate those. I'm going to make a note to do that. Video creation. Did it finish it yet? Show for results. Yeah. So it did create it already. So let's copy that up, open. Yes, that was R2D2. So my text notification is R2D2. It's been that way for many, many years. So I'm going to build, I'm going to create a teaser trailer. And actually, before I actually kind of get in here, let's create a header banner. And it's actually it should be using our game design document, etc. So let's go ahead and make it. And while that's working, I'm going to go ahead and go to this. Does creating an image asset use the game design doc and visual style guide? So while that's running, we'll check and see what's going here. So where is the draft? Here it is. Here's the draft. I like it. I'll keep it. So let's go ahead and keep that one. All right. Okay. Okay, so right now the image assets don't use that. I'm going to want to change that up. I'm not going to do it right now because we're kind of live. Yeah, it's using basic game metadata. So we're going to add some check marks. Add check marks to asset creation to use game design document and or visual style guide. Okay, good to know. So we'll go ahead and choose that as the header banner, and we can actually put it up here. Let's generate one here as well. And I'm going to link this back up to the experiences that was linked to Epic Quester. So that is a little bit of a bug. I've got to unlink it. Okay, work, build assets. So this is the header banner it created separately. This is a little bit misleading because it's cool though, because we don't have like monster races defined in this. This is more accurate because we have humans plus a monster, so let's use that one. All right, but for video, what I want to do is I'm going to go into work. This is a prompt, okay? So what I can do is I can go into work, or take my game design document, and I can download it or edit it. I'm just going to copy it all. I'm going to add a copy button. Add copy button to game design document or style guide to any prompt output. To prompt to document output boxes. I can basically just paste that in. So I'm going to copy it manually. Video, let's do a teaser trailer. No starting image selected. What's the exciting hook? Here is the game design document. In the future, I wanted to have a check mark for you to be able to use the game design document for it. And hopefully, I'm just going to pick some of it, not all of it. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Just the basic description. Okay. So I'm going to feed this messy prompt. Here is an excerpt. And let's just see what it does. And it's going to take a little bit to run. This is going to be, let's do a 15-second one. And 16:9 is the right. Okay, so is it running? It's hard to see if, yes, it is running. So we need a add progress bar to video creation. These take a while. This using, I think it's using Grok for it. But that's okay. It'll come back at some point in time here. It'll be available in the assets. So that's on the build section. We can create lots of these different assets, sound effects and music. I need to hook up still to, I have a few different ones that I've been trying out. Suno has been awesome. Hook up sound effects and music to Suno, and there was another one, 11 Labs. And there was another one too. One of the problems though is that it's like, it would be like my personal account. I'm trying to find a sort of like business account that I can fund with credits there. Otherwise all the stuff goes into like my library, which can influence like the knowledge body of my own projects. So you wouldn't want to do that, because then it would look like sometimes when you're using an AI tool to create stuff, it will look like what you've done already that influences what you have going forward. So if it had everybody's stuff like all blended together, it might get confused for the total like body of work, if that makes sense. You want it to be very particular for your project, so I need to be able to segment those. There's also a new DigitalOcean AI inference, which I'm paying for, that I have to figure out how to implement inside here for sound effects and music. There are some great ones. I use Suno a lot personally to create music and sound effects. Um, generate sound. But the idea is that we can create these assets and push them directly into Roblox Studio, which is a huge time saver. So we're probably going to end up doing like a hybrid solution where we recommend some tools in case you don't want to use ours. That way you can like pay for your own credits and manage your own costs there, and then upload them, and it will sort of manage them all inside Roblox Creator Studio. Because the process for adding an asset to Creator Studio is not easy. So let's go take a look at what that looks like. If I go to the toolbox, I have to click on Assets, My Models, and then to add one, you have to figure out where do I go. It's actually hard for people to do. You have to go and find some different things. Is it audio? Audio you do a lot of. These are all things that I've added to all my own libraries. So there's like an import asset. It's actually really tough to find all this stuff. So this is one of the time savers that I use, is to batch push those into Creator Studio automatically. You'd like import a file type, and there's lots of different file types that you can use, and then those get moderated. So some AI moderator that Roblox uses figures out, can I use this, etc. It's kind of a pain in the butt. So it's a huge time saver to be able to do stuff in an automated way. Same thing for badges and for monetization products. So okay, let's take a look and see if the video has been done yet. Nope, it's still running, and that's okay. Were there any error messages? Not that I can see. Okay. We can create a video. I just can't seem to find it at the moment. Let me refresh. Or maybe because it was a 15-second one, it took a while. This is my asset library. There's lots of different ways you can sort these too. But the video was never done. So I'm going to check that out and see if there was if I have to top off credits or whatever. So this is the build area. For monetization, I actually want to take a look at this stuff now. So the monetization catalog gives you some ideas on what you can add into your game to monetize it with. So it gives you lots of different ideas, and these are some basic ones that get created with AI. Okay, there are so many different ideas that you can add. Some of them aren't appropriate for this game type, and that's something I need to switch. It's like an overall like generated list. Ensure the monetization catalog is appropriate for the game type, or have an all filter. Access to Premium Roll Center. So let's do this one. We'll do a reroll, and then it's going to create some ideas for the game that are based on our game design document and stuff. You can see that these are based on kind of on our RPG Questor, Epic Questor. Here's a good one. Mystic Quest Reroll Scroll. That's a good upgrade. So let's add that one. Let's add this one too. So when a monster loot rerolls, that's actually pretty neat. You would have a UI screen that shows their loot, and if you had this this thing that you bought, you could reroll what that loot would be. I want to add those. Those are pretty cool. Let's see what other types of stuff we can do. Automation slots. We're not using a sim here. a battle pass. What are some of the battle pass ideas it has? In Roblox, there are two different types of monetization. There are battle passes, and then there are what they're called developer items. So developer items are things that you buy like over and over and over again, which could be like in-game gold, extra armor, extra weapon, whatever. A battle pass is something you unlock once. So let's say you wanted to have something that that people could buy, where every time you defeat a colossal beast, like maybe only people that had this battle pass had access to this. You could defeat beasts and unlock more and more special items. Ugh. I don't like those, so I'm going to regenerate the list. You might have your own ideas too. This is just if you don't have your own ideas and you want to explore some, this is a good way to do it. The funny thing about Roblox is they have very particular jargon associated with their monetization. They'll call things like rerolls, and that's exactly what it sounds like. You can just reroll the result of something, whether it's a treasure or your character stats or whatever. I like this, but it's going to be too much artwork. Alright, I don't like any of these. So I need to take a look at the Battle Pass prompt. Revise Battle Pass prompt to make sure it makes sense for common Roblox themes. I don't like any of these. A good idea for our monetization idea would be extra XP, for example. You get 5% XP. You buy that, and you buy that, and you buy that. Oh, here's this one. Booster. Temporary progression of earning acceleration. Yeah, here's the kind of stuff we like. Boosters. Earnings accelerators. I like those. In Kitten Empire, we have a bunch of stuff like that. Here we go. Bam. Triples gold earns for 1 hour. That's nice. You've used if you ever played Call of Duty, you've seen stuff like this. So it's like double weapon XP, party growth sigil. These are all good. Let's add those. Okay, and we'll take boosts as well. Yeah, boosts. Now you see how I clicked it and then I clicked out and I clicked it again? That probably added another AI job of completion. So far, I'm liking what I see. I'm building a pretty complex game idea with cool stuff. These are similar to the boosts I've already seen. Increases all stats. Okay, I like this one. All right, so now we've added some stuff. Boosters and boosts, what's the difference? Boosters and boosts look identical. Remove one. Okay, so that's the catalog, ensure monetization catalog. I'm going to separate that a little bit. Okay, so these are our monetization ideas. Now products, we don't have any. I think we have the import from Markdown. Oh, monetization. Okay, there's a disconnect here. So when you're creating your products, which is where your monetization stuff comes from, excuse me, it goes to, you have the monetization ideas, they have to make it into the game as products people can buy. And that is disconnected right now. So in the products tab, we need to be able to import the monetization styles. And right now, there's no way for us to generate this document. But I'm going to do it by hand on the side here. So what it would do is combine all of these into one document and then pass it right off. These were all built originally as sort of disconnected systems, but I'm using them here kind of cohesively. So let's go to products now. and we'll do import from Markdown. And here's the Markdown, and we're going to have it parse with AI. Let's see what it comes up with. Perfect. So re-roll the, okay, I also want it to, after we import from Markdown on the product page, I want it to automatically suggest prices. But for now, let's go ahead and add some stuff. It also should separate developer products from game passes appropriately. So let's see, developer products, reroll the randomizer roll. I'm going to make this a battle pass, so we have to do the same thing here. Yeah, it did separate them. Give instructions for the Markdown import for people to separate developer products and game passes. All right, let's just add some right now. Mystic Quest reroll skull price. I'm going to make some up. I'm just going to put it 100. Just so you can see. And then we'll change some different ones after. I do like this, so let's add a row here. So we're going to do Rune of Epic drops. That'll be a game pass you can buy. Some of them are permanent, and some of them are going to be temporary. Disappearing Rune of Epic drops for 45 minutes. Permanently. See the difference? So let's make them for sale and add them to the store page as well. Roblox has a new feature called Store Page, which is pretty cool. So we're going to save and draft them. I haven't used this piece yet, so let's see if it breaks or not. It created the items. Okay. And gave them prices. And now let's generate artwork for these. Yes, generate the artwork. So it's going to generate the artwork for all our monetization items. This is something that, again, takes forever. And I knew about something, I forgot to make a note of it. Make sure we're using the visual style guide and a reference image if needed for the artwork generation for products and passes. When these icons get created, I think that it's just sending the basic prompt every time. And not telling us, and not telling it use this style, use this style. So I don't know what we can expect back if it's going to be, if it's going to make sense for the kind of UI theme that we've chosen. Because we didn't tell it to use the visual style guide, so the prompt needs to be adjusted to do that. And you can see as it's generating them, it's removing a credit each time, so that's working fantastic. Okay, so they're no more needed. Let's take a look and see what it did. I can see right off the bat that the style is pretty similar, except for this one. Okay, and it's going a little back and forth between a 2D style and like a 3D style. This is hybrid. So we have to make sure we have style consistency as well. Maintain style consistency in icon generation. Although, to be honest, in Roblox games, they don't care at all. You can have one that's a picture of, you know, of something in real life, and another one that's 3D, another 2D. They don't seem to care that much. But if you want to have polish in your game and have things be consistent, then you'd want to have consistency. Blue background, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so those are all here now. And what I want to try and do, so let's make sure this is linked. Do I have to create a new Roblox experience? What do I want to do here? I archived the other Roblox experience, and I need to sort of fix that right now. I might need to go into the database directly. to do that. So that's a bug. When I archived a game experience that was already associated with a Roblox experience, it didn't make it available for other things to use. I want to make sure that that happens. I actually want to fix that now. When I archived, and let's pick a better model. Let's go with Sonnet. A game that was linked to a particular Roblox experience, I now cannot choose that same Roblox experience for a new game. So I actually want to fix that right now. Locally. And I'll look for it in the database. Let's go hunting. My multi-monitor setup is kind of goofy right now. Okay, let me try closing it and opening it again. Here we go. Alright, let's go to the database. Ignore. Get rid of you. Okay, let's go to schemas and go to tables and go to games. And I'll do the most recent one here, Epic Quest Store. Alright, I think this is the one. Input needed. Yes. Yes. Find it and unlink it now. Thank you. I am curious which database table it's using though. It should be here. Studio ID. I can't see the Roblox link here, so it must be... Oh, that's interesting. It did get rid of the link, but the game is missing, so that's somewhere else. Okay. I'm curious where that is. I want to look at the SQL query for this. Game status is archived. It's already going to get rid of it, isn't it? Alright, what game was it? And a global unique constraint. That was why. Studio ID was 6, ID is 502. So that was the original game. Way down here. Because I made this yesterday. I see. Even though this is archived. And studio equals in user ID. It's me. Thank you, Felix. What's up, Felix? Long time no see. All right, it's already been unlinked. I just wanted to look at it for my own curiosity. Because I do like to go into my database tables and make changes when needed. I've been trying to avoid that for production stuff. But yeah, I'm going to quickly look over. Okay. This looks done. Inventory Tetris. Okay. Let's confirm no others are there. All right, now I should be able to relink the experience. Perfect. So let's go ahead and link it again here. Pick experience. There it is. It's free and usable. Okay, so, ooh, this is something I do want to test today. So I'm not going to do it at this moment. I want to push the products in and see, make sure that still works. It worked last week. I want to make sure it still works. But this is where we can connect our studio to actually put some of our UIs into the place. And there's a new plugin that I built that I've got to check on as well. Let's go back to work, and I need to go to build, rather, products. These are all my product definitions. And now it does say I can push to Roblox. So let's go ahead and give that a shot. And if I want to bulk edit them, this is where I can do it. And I can export these. The reason why I might want to export these is because I might want to have, again, you might be using some AI tools to build some stuff. So this is your entire kind of like catalog of monetization items, including the Roblox IDs. When I publish them, they're each going to have their own unique IDs in the Roblox system. Your build system will need to know what those things are so it can like hook up the button to a specific ID. So let's push these all out at once. Now, I think these just go all at once. So let's go push them, and we'll see if there are any error messages. In the meantime, I'm going to bring up this page and go to Epic Questor. I'm going to bring this page down so you guys can see. Whoops. Come on down. Here we go. So I've added these. It says look at that, they all have Roblox IDs now. So we are successfully able to create new monetization items. They're all on sale, and they all have their unique Roblox IDs. They all worked perfectly. So they're synced to Roblox. So that saved me probably an hour to an hour and a half of time for like creating the icons, creating the definitions. And let's go see if they made it in here. So let's go to monetization. And if I go to the overview, and to developer products, these are my creations. These are all the creations that we did. The icons are still being moderated, but they all worked. And managed pricing, that's a new feature for sort of locale-based pricing. This is a new feature Roblox has to do managed pricing. It's brand new. They keep changing stuff all the time. So far, we have a game defined. We have a header graphic for it. Being able to push the test pushing the thumbnail graphic into Roblox. We have the products defined. So let's actually also create badges. And for this, I need to attach an open AI key. I'm not going to do it on stream, but let me show you where that gets done. You can go to All Tools, API Keys. I'm going to create a group API key for this, even though it's not recommended. I think I already had one. Dad Hobbit Wizard, go to Blocks API. All Tools, API Keys. I can't remember which ones I did. What's interesting is that it used, I already have one configured for my studio. I don't see it though. because they're game specific, which gives you a lot of control. All right, so let's do a user API key. Let's see if that works. And did I give instructions for how to do that? Create a key in Roblox Create Hub OpenCloud API key. Scope to this experience with the badge permissions. The same key also works for products and passes. Add badge automation to the build plan. We don't have that. We only have product automation. So these are achievements. These are badges. This is what a user kind of like will get as they do different stuff in your game. And those are different things like first battle complete, first quest complete, level 5 achieved. You'd have these different badges which kind of go into their history. And when they get them, it's exciting, you know? So it's an important thing to be able to do. Roblox has specific rules for badges. You can create 5 free ones per day, and after that you pay some actual Robux to do that. But let's start with just one. Let's do a new badge. First quest. Complete the first quest. And it's enabled, and let's just generate an icon for it. This is such a huge time saver. We're going to regenerate it because it's kind of cropped. That looks good. It looks like a compass kind of thing. That's pretty cool. And we're going to go ahead and push this. But in order to push it, well, I can't push it. I don't have the API key. Let's go ahead and do that now. It's just telling me, hey, these are all scoped. So I'm going to create it for myself. So let's do Epic Questor API key. Description, don't need a description. Select API system. And it's telling me what I need to pick. Badge permissions. So let's do the badge permissions for this. It's legacy badges. Right, and manage and pick all of these. So I need to add instructions. Add specific permission instructions to the badge creation, API key creation. We're not going to restrict IPs. We do want to save and generate key. Okay, inappropriate content. Okay. I don't know what could be inappropriate for that, but badge. Okay, so I'm going to do this secret. Copy key to clipboard. It doesn't expire. And I'm just going to go to me. I shut off my screen for a moment so I can paste my key in. And I'm saving the key. It validated it. Turning it back on. Okay, so I have created an API key, and that now lets me push the badges up to Roblox. So let's push it. I don't care about any additional ones right now. And it's added. So let's go ahead and come back. Let's bring this back here. And let's go to Blocks API and go to Epic Questor, and let's go to, you should see badges here somewhere. There's a lot of stuff in here. Let's take a look. Is it here? Yes. I should have uploaded the badge. And it did. So we're able to do achievement badges, whatever. So now, again, if I wanted to look at it, new badge, product. Okay, so there's an export item here, but I don't have it. I should have a button. So let's add export button to the main product screen and the badges screen, so we don't have to go to bulk edit first, because that's too complicated. And we'll need wizards for this stuff. Oh, not wizard, like a video of how to do it on every page. But what do you normally do? Again, if you're using your own build system, as you would do an export, it's already got a Roblox badge ID. So you'd copy and paste this stuff into your build tool so it has access to everything. So that's pretty cool. All right, so far in this game we have a game description. Let's go ahead and make let's make an asset for this, which is going to be a thumbnail. Let's do an image. Let's do the game icon. And thumbnail generator should be its own tool. That should be called out separately. I'll make a note of that. Let's do the 3:2 ratio. And the thumbnail does want to have text on it, so okay, let's do a starting image. So actually, let's go to, this is our library. Let's choose, what is the stuff we've already created? This. So let's grab this. And I'm going to save this out, save image as documents, dev, Roblox, epic, Questor. Okay. So let's start with an image for this. Actually, that might just be the good image already. Ability to push in thumbnail and game icon to the experience. Okay, so this is Epic Questor, and we have a thumbnail already generated, but it's not like pushed to the experience. And so I don't have a tool to do that yet, and I'm going to need to do it here. Configure, settings, and there are two different ones. You get the square, and this is the 3:2. That's a 1:1 and the 3:2. So let's go try and make a. I'm going to try and make a game icon that's 1:1, based on drop an image from the library. Let's choose this one. Make it. So I'm going to use a thumbnail that we generated already and now try and make a game icon for it, because the game icon is square. It shows up on mobile. It should make both of them at the same time. It should make the game icon and the thumbnail at the same time. And all it did was squish it. That probably wasn't good, so that's okay. So it squished it without squishing the thumbnail into just a 1:1. Let's see what it actually did. Yeah, that looks lousy. Some Roblox games do that kind of thing though. So let's do this. Let's change it out and upload image. Actually, let's see what it's auto-generated. Upload image. I'll pick this. And dev, Roblox, Epic Questor. It's going to crop this or squish it. It's probably going to squish it. Let's see. And thumbnails, upload thumbnails. You can do a lot of stuff with this too. Experience detail page. It's being moderated. That's why I have this icon here. Okay. Push the description of the game into the creator website. Okay, so we have, and we also want to be able to add videos too. That's a new thing. That's pretty cool. Do we have a video yet? Video, teaser trailer. Clear that. Let's do a 10-second one and make another. I don't see any videos here yet in the assets list. And I don't see, are there error messages here? No. Okay, so I'm 0 for 0, 0 for 2 in making a video. I have done them before though. I'm just not sure why they're not generating right now. Teaser trailer. Maybe I'll try 5 seconds. 16 by 9 should be good. Alright, so that's a little different. Before I didn't see the progress bar. So I think maybe it was kind of like a UI state issue that was going on. And these actually use Grok Imagine, so they tend to be pretty good. Some of the other tools I use, like OpenAI, you can feed a full storyboard to them and they'll generate a really good video. But that may cost me $2 or $3 a piece to make. And I'm comfortable with paying that, but somebody else might not be. So I'll integrate it in this when I can separate the projects appropriately. And then people will just know it's going to cost you, maybe it'll cost you 50 credits or whatever. They'll have to know, make that decision and press the button. Okay, so it finished, and let's take a look and see.
The quest begins. Trust to forge your destiny.
It's actually not bad. It's clearly AI generated. It's pretty good. But it added a new tagline. JD would assassinate me for that. But you know what? That's a branding consistency thing. The bottom line is it gives somebody the ability to do it, which is pretty cool. So let's do a 10-second one this time. I picked make another. Okay, it doesn't start making another. I see. Now you've got to pick the stuff, and now you can make it. In an adventuring party of 3 characters, make it. Okay, but it did work, which is pretty cool. So we have the game description, monetization products done. We have some badges done as well. Let's go to the marketing tab while this is being done, and it'll show up in creations. If I go to marketing, I may want to make icons and thumbnails. This is where the thumbnails are. Let's do 5 thumbnails, and it's going to generate some. Let's see. I want to be able to upload these. So these have some guidance for Roblox thumbnails already, because a thumbnail for Roblox is probably the most important thing to actually get people into your game. Because that's what they see. They see that on the main Roblox product page and they start clicking stuff. They usually have some text on them, and they're very, very different. They're meant to capture the attention of the 10 to 16 age group. And you could test some different ones out, but I can't push them right now directly to the Roblox experience. Thumbnail creation is buried in the marketing tab right now. That's very colorful. I actually kind of like that. Let me push a thumbnail or configure it from the main page directly into the Roblox experience. That's something I haven't tried yet. Hero. The hero image. Let's do 5 icons now too. And while those are generating, let's do a Roblox game header. Add the word. I'm not gonna. So this is basically gonna take. This does take your game design document. This does take your visual style guide. What it doesn't do, and you can generate headers for all the different things you might need, and it knows direct aspect ratio and resolution and all that kind of stuff. So if you're going to make an X page, a Discord server, a Facebook page, a TikTok, all those kind of things, it knows the correct formats to use. It takes so much work out of the guesswork for this kind of stuff. So here's some icons that I created. I like these a lot better. Take a look at that. Sometimes the image generation will kind of make its own little border and stuff like that. Not a fan of that kind of thing. All right, so I could save them out. I want to add a save button as well. Add save button to any of the generated marketing assets. You could save it by yourself. Obviously, if I open this up, I can right click and save. That's because I know what to do. But some people may not know that. Those are the thumbnails. I did like this one. Now a hero image. I already did make a hero image, but let's try a few others. So far, before I'm even coding the game, I'm kind of deciding what the thumbnail should look like, what the icon should look like, what some of those non-game assets should look like. These look cool. I like these. Ooh, this indicates that you might have a pet. I love that. That's great. Okay, I'm super happy with these. That's very magical. Oh, it looks like you've got magical boots, a magical sword. You can see some numbers popping off, a treasure chest, an alert. This is great. This makes me want to go play this game. And there's a dragon in the background. Clearly a wizard's flying around. Well, this is not cool because it's like 2 bows. What's going on there? This is super heroic. I'm actually going to save this one out. And I'll go back to icons. Okay, thumbnails and headers, they're kind of 2 different things. Thumbnails, you'd think a thumbnail would be like a little icon, but it's not. It's like the larger thing that people click on. It's a 3:2 style. And these are the icons. I'm going to generate 5 more because I don't really like these. They're okay. Super vibrant. I don't ride around on the dragons. This would be fun, but kind of misleading. Okay, that's cool. All right, I'm going to save that as the icon. I'm just going to make a decision on it. Not being able to decide is one of the worst problems. And then the teaser, that's a coming soon. Yeah, but I can actually do those already. I have already like 30 things. Teaser on marketing says coming soon, but we can already generate those. Okay, so I'm actually going to pause here because I'm actually pretty good with what we want to do here. I didn't save the icons. I thought I did. Save image as dev Roblox Epic Quester. Is it because it needs a JPEG or a PNG? Oh, it needs a PNG. Icon output needs to be a PNG, not a JPEG. I'm going to fix that now, actually. In the marketing section, the icon output needs to be a PNG, not a JPEG. We'll fix that now. But for the basic setting here, the thumbnail, we want to get rid of this. Upload this new one. We'll do this one. XAI. Oh. We are using Sharp though. Yep, no conversion. Sharp is already imported. Yes, it is. Sharp is an image processing library that we can use from the server side. I'm using Sonnet for the model, not Fable or Claude or whatever. And normally it's fine to be able to upload, but Roblox has made the decision to only allow uploading of PNGs as icons. For thumbnails, apparently you can use both. That's still in moderation. All right, so while that's running, and I think it's probably going to restart along the way because it is in the middle of building something here. So if it does restart, that's fine. I'm going to close this tab over here. Okay. What we'll do next is work on some of our HUDs. So the HUDs are the UI mockups. So this is our basic one, the theme that we've chosen. So let's do the HUD first. So the heads-up display, HUD, shows the health and mana bars, minimap, experience, quest tracker, and party health. This uses the game design document. We want to take a look at, let's do 4. Style hint, base theme. We're going to start from the Arcane Forest theme because we had 3 different themes that were generated, right? Style hint. I will say bright cartoon on this and see what it gives us. And so let's generate a few different mockups for this. So yeah, now we're kind of deciding what the game looks like. Before we even have decided to start building it, the code, whatever. We're building what the game should look like, what it should feel like. That's going to give us a good idea of how the thing works. I could see right away this one has got way too much stuff on the screen. I'm going to want to reduce the number of things that are on there. And it added the color codes on the screen for some reason. And it came up with a new logo. So this is something that we need probably. I think in the game design document, it had the list of stuff. So the game design document already contains a maximum number of items that can be on the hotbars for the UI. I'm pretty sure. So make sure that goes into the UI mockup. I'll just modify the prompt for now. Minimize the amount of text that needs to appear on the screen. And make sure there's room for I guess 10 items isn't too much to... Hmm. 5 abilities. Alright, so we're going to regenerate these. Okay, these look a little bit cleaner. This is much cleaner. Do not place the color codes on the screen. I'm going to try Shadow Forge this time. This is fun. Okay. This is very simple. I like that. This does not have the party names. It's still putting the color codes on the screen. I don't know why. So we'll have to modify the prompt for that stuff. Item slots, quest tracker. And that's a little bit too simple. So let's stick with this one. I'm going to put use in build. I'm going to favorite it. I'm going to click use in build as the heads up display. And now I'm going to generate the spec for it. So I'm taking the image and passing it to UI to say generate the spec for this. Now hopefully it's going to notice that some things inside this image are labels or hints for what those areas are for. And then it should write the build spec. So I have a separate tool that I developed yesterday to prototype a UI inside Creator Studio. So I'm hoping that we can actually push this in and get it working. We're going to try that next. Well, almost. Analyze the image and writing the build spec. This is a It's actually an expensive operation, so I'm gonna have to double check the credit cost for this. Check the credit cost for um, building the spec out of a UI mockup. So what this does is it analyzes the images into different pieces, and then it breaks them up into different pieces. Okay, this does a lot of what I hoped it would do. Let's view the MD. And it gives instructions on actually what to use. Inside Roblox says hints to actually build the thing. This is in Lua. You see these things called like UDIM. It's giving suggestions for what to name those things. So this is a very, very thorough UI spec. So I'm actually kind of excited about that. I'm hoping that that will work. Let's try this one in a bit. So we could download the MD for that again to pass it into your build tools. So we can have right now a whole bunch of different pieces, or put them all into one file to kind of combine those together. Let's take a look and see. Build. If I go to publish. Okay, so the publish step needs to combine everything together. Check and publish checklist. Yeah, that's not correct. Publish button checklist needs to combine all of the MD files into one massive spec. Or you can download them separately to make it easy. Okay, so let's try this. We went to UI Mockup. So we have a HUD. Now let's make a main menu screen. And we picked Bright Cartoon and Shadow Forge. So let's go ahead and choose those. Let's do 4 mockups again. So let's see, my stream so far has been running for about an hour and 57 minutes. So we spent most of that time working on building game design, game spec. We've done some gone back and forth. We're getting a pretty usable system here. I'm just kind of still testing things out to see what's going on. And these are some of the new features. This whole screen was built, and I haven't even taken a look at it yet. So I built this with Claude Sonnet. And I asked it to build the HUD, but it gave me a generate architecture. Oh, here they are. Oh, that's kind of cool. You log in, it tells you who you are. It's a little duplication here. And some different things you could do right away. That's very simple for a Roblox world. That's actually kind of cool. So is this. Play continue shop settings. Play continue username rank 15. I like that too. So I kind of like this one. And it's got your name and rank there too. This does not, and this does. So I kind of like a combination of both of these. I'm going to regenerate them. This is pretty cool though. So I know that I can download the spec for any of the different ones that we're building, and hand it off to either Roblox Creator or Claude or whatever, or Cursor. This is pretty epic. We have to make sure we keep consistency in the graphic too. That's cool. You're gonna get a lot of like decent looking options. I'm actually gonna pick this one. So I'm going to keep this one. I'm going to say use and build. And that's going to be the main menu screen, and we are going to prototype it by generating the spec for it. This is why Builder is cool, because it doesn't just create AI slop. You're getting a lot of choices here. It's not so many choices where you're analysis paralysis. You're getting choices, and you're saying use and build. So far I've got a main HUD that I know I want to use. I'm using a main menu screen. When we push the combined UIs to Roblox, it should know how to wire everything together. I think it does already. I just made a note. I think it does already, but I want to make sure that it does. Because UI isn't just a screen that comes up. It's got buttons that you can push, etc. So you kind of need to know like how they work together. Time for me to have a little bit more of my mushroom coffee. Okay, so this is the main menu. Let's look at the spec for this one. Let's see if it came out good. It came out fantastic. Okay, so I don't need to see the spec. Hide spec. I could download the markdown file for it as well. Okay, so extract the game system remote, so build scripts wired to real contracts instead of inventing them. So far we have a main menu. We have a HUD. Let's do a shop screen. Generate. So let's do a shop screen. And I've elevated some of the UI builds to be, these are the ones I like. I'm going to use these. Need to maintain consistency in the icon used in the different screens for the game. Logo. Logo is a specific kind of icon. Buy, sell. Let's take a look. No, that's not what I want the shop to do. The shop should inventory switch asset, inventory switch assets. I see. Lego here? That's an interesting name for a sword. I don't need to see my picture on it. I don't need to see the let's see. Let's change the prompt a little bit. Do not include the game logo on the screen or the and maximize the area that's used for item purchases. I'm going to regenerate these. At least the generation for these guys goes pretty quick. That's nice. That's good too. Inventory, play inventory. That's confusing. I understand what that could mean, but that is confusing. So out of all of these, I would say probably this one is the most appropriate for a shop screen. So I'm going to say keep on this. Use and build. And now it's already recognized it to be the shop screen. And by using in the build, we actually need to write the spec, the whole spec for it. I think that should be good. Let me see if there's one on the screen I want to create. I guess what we're doing, we're actually having game collateral that we're building now. So we could actually start to actually push stuff out to our community by showing them how we're doing, showing them what some of the screens are that we're thinking about building. And, you know, that's important because this is the design phase. This is a fun part where people can start to imagine what it would be like for them to play this game. So along those lines, hopefully we can get to building a leaderboard also, because that gives somebody the feeling of like being a badass. You know, how good are they? While that's running, I'm going to go back over here. All right, and the new icon generator does produce PNGs now, so let's go ahead and use that. So these are our new ones here. Oh, we did the build spec for it. Let's take a look. I know it's going to be good. I don't even need to take a look at it. Notice what it did? It created a Roblox UI around it. Let's go back to the marketing section and for icons, and now when we generate them, we should be able to save them as PNGs. That's the idea of the recent change. So it told AI to build them as normal, but when they come back, it should save them as PNGs. If not, then there was a little bit of a problem. So out of all of these, I'm going to.
I just want to tell you that the event today is at 8:30.
Thank you. That's pretty good. This one is better because it shows me a little bit of a battle, stuff like that. But I don't like this weirdness around the outside, so unfortunately I'm going to have to regenerate those. And they're super, super cheap to generate. Again with that thing on the outside. Or maybe it's just the way it's being shown. I think they're pure square though. Let me see. If I look at this, yeah, I can't see them because I'm on desktop. It does use a square image. Do not put rounded borders. I have to fix that. The icons that are being generated in the marketing section right now are using rounded borders. Is that part of the prompt? If so, please remove. All right, but aside from that being, for them being rounded borders, at least let's save it. Now it's a PNG, which is good. So I should be able to upload that now. Let's try that. Upload image. Yep. But see that? No good. So we need to actually get rid of the rounded borders. Rounded borders no good. Because somebody would have to go manually edit them. And we're trying to avoid people having to manually edit anything that they don't want to edit, especially artwork. Not everybody has Photoshop. If you get a great looking image, but it has stuff on the outside, what are they going to do? So it's adding some negative constraints to the prompt, which makes sense. Somebody who didn't have that stuff would open it up in Paint or whatever and like make the edges black. Okay, they've added instructions to prevent it. It does recognize that Roblox adds its own masking, so let's go ahead and fix that. Let's see if that works now. Let's regenerate. Okay, it's still coming back. Okay, that one came back fine. I'm just going to use that one. Actually, I'm going to do a separate one. Still coming back, some of them with rounded borders. So, going to try to generate some more. Yeah, some of them are still coming back with rounded borders. I like that one though. It's got some numbers on it. That's unfortunate because the best ones have the rounded borders. I'm going to tell it when I see copy image. Unfortunately, the icons, some of them are still being generated with rounded borders. Ooh, do I want a smoothie? Yes, that will be the Little Mermaid smoothie, please. Do you need money? My daughter's going to the smoothie place. They have awesome protein smoothies. And I want one. Okay, it is using XAI Grok Imagine. Okay, it's going to strengthen the prompt. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and pick one here. We're going to save that one. Okay. And basic settings. Let's grab the description out of this and paste it in here. It's a boring description. I want to set one as the default thumbnail. Can I do that here? Experience detail page. Okay, upload thumbnail. I can do it here. Okay, so that's done now. Epic Quester, the new image is uploading, which is good. Let's see if this is done yet. Just so you know, too, one of the things I've been doing, whoops, is making notes of all the things I want to change. So what I'm going to do afterwards is batch these into do and no do, like prioritize them, and then run them in a batch to get some fixes in. So I'll run a massive plan. I'll probably pick a group at a time. I'll separate them into groups when the stream is over and start to fix some of these things. And they should go pretty quick. So these are all minor tweaks, not major. Okay, so it says it's done, and it's not deterministic, but we're going to restart this bad boy and go take a look. Alright, so let's go back here. Let's go to build, marketing, icons. Let's generate 5 more. It's going to cost me 10 credits. Let's do this. So I have seen individual products that people sell right now from $9.95 a month to $24.95 a month just to make thumbnails for a game. Hey, I have no... Huh, that's a cute little thing. No rounded borders anymore. Very cool. I like that one. I like this one a lot. So I'm going to switch to this one. Settings. Nah, that's good. That's good to keep it. Let's pick upload engaging, experience details. Why didn't it switch the main one? That's weird. Edit all text. I guess I'll have to see what it looks like. Okay, that's enough of that messing around kind of thing. Then we have UI mockups that we've done. Oh, the game page. This is one of the coolest features about BloxxBuilder. So if I go to the game page, generate game description out of the game design doc. We should be able to generate a new game description out of the game design doc. That would be, really cool. Let's see what that would look like real quick. Let's go to the work. Let's go to the game design doc. Let's go to edit. I'm going to copy it. And I'm just going to open up... I'll open up my thing over here. I'm going to do a new prompt. Please generate a short game description out of this game design doc. Way too big. This is for a Roblox game, and the description needs to be much shorter. Perfect. So that would work. So I'll definitely add that in. It's added as a note already. And coming up with a good game design, game description is actually pretty important. That's way cooler than the thing I put. Okay, so we have icon, we have thumbnails that are all approved. We don't have a video, but we can upload one. Upload video. I cannot do that yet. Upload to disabled because this experience is private. Oh, I see. You can add up to one video. Alright, so I have this stuff here. What are they saying? Oh. So my daughter just got smoothies and I got a text message saying, please rate your experience. I don't know. I wasn't there. Okay, I meant to go show you something, which was here, game page. So every game that you create with BloxxBuilder can have its own public game page. I don't have a YouTube video for this. We don't have any screenshots yet, but let's just pick some of these. Max 2 megabytes. So let's do this one. Is it too big? Oh, that needs to be a PNG. Okay. For the game page, max uploads are limited to 2 megabytes each. But we need like 5 megabytes each. Max upload size. So that's here. So this we need. This is where you can put your community links that you created, all that kind of stuff. Just checking this message that I got in. That's interesting. What was I doing? Oh, making this change over here. Okay, that made me also realize, so that's good. For the marketing assets that are generated, please add an option to download either PNG or JPEG. We should be able to support both. Okay, so that's a load off my chest. So I want to be able to upload a PNG, max 5 message change, or a JPEG, because like these are both listed as PNGs. They don't need to be. All right, let's go back and generate some well, they're not really screenshots. Create, let's create an image. Let it be a storyboard image. And I can't pick the resolution here, so that doesn't work too good. Concept art. It was in the middle of a restart. Okay, I'm gonna go. I can iterate these. They're gameplay examples. I'm gonna save it though. Save it as a JPEG. Iterate from this. Make it. Hi, buddy. There's Smoggy running around over there. All right, pretty much did the same thing. So let's clear this and just make another. Let's do a storyboard panel depicting a key gameplay moment. Let's do 4, 3, 2, make it. And in the meantime, I want to check and see what that one looked like. So this is 1248 by 832. Looks like a baby Huey. Alright, this is still working. And this is what I wanted to kind of work. So if we're looking at the game page, we need to be able to... Why is it saying that each preview must be exactly 1280 by 720? Max 5 megs, each up to 6. I don't want to have this restriction. I want it to be a little bit looser. So I'm just going to give it this screenshots public page. Right now they're going to be concept shots. The game page uploads restrict uploads of a specific size, in this case 1280 by 720. We need to be a little bit more flexible in this. Because some users might not know how to create an image of a specific resolution. So I'm just going to kind of cue that up as the next instruction that goes. Okay, so I'm kind of starting with the game design, some samples, some icons, etc. to kind of like make a placeholder there. This shows me I can start my community. I want to upload at least one screenshot, so let me... I was going to wait for it to generate it for me. 1280 by 720. That is... Wait, what's it telling me? 1280 by 720. I think that is, if I'm not mistaken, the aspect ratio for that. 360 times 3. 720 times 4. My brain is getting stupider from using AI so much, and I can't figure out off the top of my head what aspect ratio is this. 1280 by 720. So if I divide that by 4 times 5, nope. Times 3. Is it 5 to 4? 1280. 1280 by 5 is 256 times 4. Nope. Times 3. Don't know. This is bad. I'm getting dumber. What aspect ratio is 16 by 9? Alright, so while it's fixing this stuff, let's do this. Marketing, let's do hero, 16 by 9. So any of these would have worked. So let's go to assets. I want to create a image that is a, the problem is we don't have the aspect ratios here, but that's 16 by 9, so that'll give us the one we're looking for. Make another 16 by 9 storyboard, 16 by 9, make it. Alright, this should be the correct aspect ratio, but this will be confusing for a new user to try and figure out, well, which one do I need? Let's save that one out. 16, 9. We'll do a few of these, just so I can show you what that feature is going to look like. 16 by 9, storyboard. There's another one, so I'll do one more. Make another 16 by 9 storyboard. Make it. So let's save that one out. Alright, and I said that 19 by 9s, they're not, but that's okay. So let's go back to the game page, and now we'll browse a few of these. That one should work. That one should work, and this one should work. Oh, I don't know why that one didn't work, but that's okay. So we'll pick those, and they're uploaded. So this is now a link, and if I do this, open new tab, this is the game play page, which people can look at to see if they're interested in the game. We should also add what the game loop looks like for the gameplay page. Generate game description. For the gameplay page, generate a better description of what the gameplay example is like from the game design doc. So I'm going to go back over here to do that. Okay, I'm going to start a new one. and go grab the game description, which is here. No, actually I want the whole game design doc. So I'm kind of figuring out how to put the pieces together with what we have, and then figuring out how to kind of connect those to be a little bit nicer. So in this case, I've already added a to-do item of creating a gameplay example. So let's figure out what this looks like. Below, I've attached a full game design document for Epic Questor. I'm looking for you to generate a gameplay narrative so that players who see it will understand what the game is like. Look closely at the game loop for cues on what to provide. It can be several paragraphs long, 3 to 5. Go! Alright, that should be able to do pretty quick. That's done. That's done. I can exit out of that. It's still figuring out the JPEG thing. This is great, but make it shorter for a 10-year-old to understand. Remove M dashes. Alright, perfect. Generate game description of the game design, make it for a 10-year-old to understand, and remove all M dashes. So I'm kind of taking the process that I did by hand here, and I'm adding it into my to-do list so that we can automate it later. We have the right puzzle pieces, we just need to be able to put them together correctly. So game page, and we'll add this as well. And my daughter is texting me again, and she is texting me, "Not all who wander are lost." That is that Gandalf said that? Famous Tolkien quote. I think I want to add this to the game page. A final review. Please modify the gameplay page to add a longer description of the game, detailed. It should use the game design document as a context cue. Make it short enough easy enough for a 10-year-old to understand, and not include M dashes. Add a generate dice icon like we've used in other places next to this box. Okay, so let's add the box first. To add a detailed description input. It should appear on the game page for other people to see underneath what? Underneath the screenshots. Screenshots. Alright, so I'll have that running at the same time this other thing is running, and it finished. Okay, so the point is this is a marketing page which you can share to people and get them to come and say, like, if they're interested in your game. Very, very simple. We don't need to include the squad on the gameplay page, though. We can also remove the squad from the gameplay page. Players won't need to see that. Alright, so we should now be able to save icons out. Is this running or did it stop? No, it's still running. Okay. We should be able to save icons out, which will close this out, and we'll go to this. We should be able to save any of the assets out. Let's do 5 as JPEGs or PNGs. Let's find out. Well, that's a cool one. Download PNG, download JPEG. Perfect. Okay. And on the gameplay page, I told it to be a little bit more flexible and support other types of. We will crop it. So support other types of things. I did want to pick this one. So let's see what it does. It worked. That's good. So also for the gameplay page, we should be able to show the screenshots a little bit fun. They could be laid out a little bit better here. A little nicer. We can center the current screenshot and have buttons to the left and right for a smaller size screenshot so that we can see that there are multiple screenshots available. Which contain thumbnail sized screenshots for previous and next. Alright, I just basically want to have this centered and have it so people can go like to the left and right. So we'll build that. So we haven't even started coding on this game, but we have some design, we have the UI mockups that we like, we have a game page started for it, and so that way we can start marketing it. And if we had a YouTube channel, let's actually just pop one in to see what it would look like. External link, that's optional. All these are optional. Let's put our own Telegram on this. I'll get the Telegram link. And I'll go grab this right now. And let's just see what happens. It's auto saved, so I have to change anything about it. Let me just refresh. It is not auto saved. Make this game public. What caused it to be saved? RPG. It should show up there. So it looks like one little thing to fix, which I'll do. I moved it to the side over here. This is still busy. This is still busy. Right now, it looks like the social links are not auto-saving to the game page. I'm streaming, guys. Please don't fight. We can have them auto-save when they tab away from the field if they've left it not empty. If they've not left it blank. Okay, so a couple of small changes, but this will help people get their games kind of out there. They can start promoting them without even having their own socials made up yet. So you know, BloxxBuilder is going to give people a way to start marketing their games before they're even out there, before they even have socials up, videos up, or whatever, before they're even out on Roblox. That way they can see who's interested and start publishing stuff to their X pages and all that kind of stuff, which is pretty awesome. Okay, one of the things that I wanted to do during this gameplay session, there are two things. One is I wanted to try the plugin. So let me let these things finish building, and I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Yeah, in a moment. Okay, let's see what finished. Squad sections have gone off the gameplay page, and this is still finishing up a little bit. So let's go ahead and take a look and see if that is true. Squads are gone. We have a little bit of image carousel here now. Perfect. And we have a link that is that is not the correct Telegram link, but it does work. Okay. So we'll have to fix those links. That's good. But it is at least adding them now. And what was this last one that we're fixing over here? The social links being saved. So it is doing that right now. So I have to go to my to-do list. Get appropriate icons for the social links on the gameplay page. Okay, it did say that it finished the gameplay generation, so let's go ahead and see how that works. Oh. I'm gonna make a little change to this prompt because it's got some noise in there. Here's an example of the detailed game description that was generated. It should be separate paragraphs to make it easier to read and not include the game title with a hashtag up top. With a hashtag up top. Okay. So when I'm asking it to make a change like this, it's actually going into the system prompts area, which is pretty crazy and extensive. Let me show you what that looks like real quick. Switching to admin view. If I go to, close this down, the admin view has so many different things. Looks like we've had some people buy credit packs, which is pretty cool. Let's see, I can go into app config, and there are going to be prompts in here. These are all the different models that we can use. Startup plan, build script, trends research. I don't know which prompt it is. Detailed game description. See if we can find this. Detailed. Here it is. So here's the prompt that it is using. Oh, thanks a lot. You sure this is not for you? This is the Little Mermaid smoothie. You sure it's not for you? This is the Little Mermaid smoothie. It's delicious. It's got protein, chia seeds, all kind of good stuff in there.
Go to the gym.
Alright, have fun. I love you.
Love you.
You don't have to close my door. Okay, so for drinks right now, I've got mushroom coffee, water, and a protein smoothie. But yeah, this is how these kind of work. So the system has a ton of different prompts, and they're mostly specialized for Roblox. But there is a multi-prompt model in the background that's not been released yet that makes these prompts specific for different game engines. Roblox is the one we're focusing on. When it's done, I'm going to have it go through all of the prompts and tailor them for like Unreal or whatever. I could add to this. Oh, that's not the right one. That's not the one I want. Detailed. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's for a verbose task output. I'm going to ask which prompts it's using. I imagine this prompt is available in the admin settings area. So please tell me what the name of this prompt is. I can close that one down. This is nice because it really lets me tailor every little thing. Everything. So every little thing that gets AI generated, I can tailor it. One of the cool things we also added into the game stuff was this. Let me show you. Let me switch back to the... actually, I'm going to quickly look real quick to see what we are doing for... Oh, here's our prompts area. AI reporting. Okay. This tells me all of the different credit costs that have been done. That actually cost us. We top these off. There's all these different models that we use, and they all have their own credit costs. So I just wanted to take a quick look to see. So today, through the image generation, looks like we spent about $3 today. Total across, well, over the last 7 days across 51 different runs, and then 97. So this gives me, as an admin, kind of an idea of everything that's happened here. In prompts, so I have a settings area, and I also have prompts. Let's go look at prompts. Nope, these are not the ones. These are the ones for the individual squad people. These are different issue reports that people have sent in that I can look at. Let's take a look at this. Okay. Yeah, I do want that. Yes, I'll need to see this in the app config. Okay, the reason why I couldn't see it is because it wasn't there. I'm actually probably going to have to take a look and see. Check which prompts are not included in the current app config, and then organize them by screen type. Screen area. That's going to be super important when I tailor the prompts for other game systems besides Roblox, is I'm going to need to know which ones are which. As an admin, I can do a lot of other stuff. I can issue people beta codes to get in. I can unlock different entitlements for people. Like there's me. I rebooted again. Entitlements for doing the game loops, which is a premium thing, building in Studio. So that's already done. That's what we're going to, I guess, look at next, is the plugin and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and switch back to the regular gamer developer. It's in the middle of fixing stuff and rebooting, so continue. Okay. Epic Quest Store was here. Let's get back in there. And let's see if this has been approved yet. Yep, those have been approved and the icon's been approved. So the gameplay page has store stuff, all this kind of stuff already done, which is pretty good, awesome. Standard 16:9 aspect ratio. That was a question I had asked. This is the gameplay page. Let's do a refresh on this. This was the bad game description, which we're fixing now. Actually, we should be able to do that right now because I already fixed this. So let's go back into the gameplay page. So let's build a game page and let's do a detailed description. Revise that. There we go. One small change is that while we're generating the detailed description on the gameplay page, we should disable the dice button until we get the result back. Otherwise, people will try and click on it multiple times. So that's good. Now let's see if it automatically refreshed it. It did. There we go. Also, as an admin, let me show you what I can do. It's kind of fun. Dev, switch back to admin. I can go to, let's see, close that out. Or is it the game section? To actually look at the jobs that are running. It's kind of like a more of like a detailed technical thing, but it can be super handy. Continue working on this. Insights, analytics, forecast, earnings, community, feedback, socials, and updates. Let's put a new update out for this. Game design in progress. We have started working on the UI mockups and gameplay concept art. So I'll publish an update, and I think that shows up on the gameplay page. I'm going to check in a second. If I go to work, build. All right, I used to be able to see danger area. I used to be able to see the actual AI jobs. I think I disabled it because it was kind of like too much information. Yeah, I used to be able to see where they all were coming from, so that was kind of interesting. And that's what I'm kind of looking for right now. This is a good area for me to troubleshoot on. These are the AI models that I'm using and how much they all cost. AI reporting, system runs, studio runs, Ember Creative. It tracks everything to see, you know, how many runs that people do, how many tokens get used, all that kind of stuff. So it's got a lot of analytics for me to be able to look at, to see which games are which. As you can see, I've been working on Epic Quester for a few hours. I've actually only used about $6.50 worth of credits. That's pretty good. I haven't started the oh, D-Day Invasion. That sounds fun. Oh, my son's at the gym and he's doing reps, and yikes! Wow, wow, nice job. I'm gonna turn my notifications off here. There's a lot here. I'll show you the AI run some other time, I guess. I think I just got rid of the menu option, but I showed every little detail about it, you know, so I could look and see for a specific job. Let me see if I can drill in and see these. The input tokens, the output tokens. There's also like memory and context and all this kind of stuff. And this is nice that none of these have failed at all. But I don't have any alerts for myself to top these up, so I just have to keep looking at them. And one of the other things that somebody can look at, let me see if I have these configured. Emergency site lock. Do I have milestones configured here? Yep. So milestones. I have milestones defined for a game. So current connected users, favorites, how many people favored it, the revenue that somebody has made, and the visits that have people have visited the page. And these translate into, if you're a creator, these translate into little alerts that go out to you. Let me show you what that looks like. This is nice, kind of exploring all this stuff today. So if I look at this here, okay, you can't see any of the alerts. I'm not sure where I linked these up. Studio. But for any given game, when you have when you get a certain number of visitors or whatever, we we send out email alerts, and we can also configure them to send out Discord alerts or text alerts. You get alerted when certain things happen. I'm not sure if that was ever like finished off. The promotional description has the same tables as text around, but itself. Oh, yes, please. That's a good idea. Thank you, JD. The milestones that we've set up for games don't show up inside a game yet. Was that not implemented, or is that hidden behind a flag? And JD very nicely reminded me that I did not update the Dex icon, which I should have. So I'm going to actually go do that now while I'm waiting for this to finish. I'm doing that in the screen and up above, and I'm in the Dex Screener Market interface right now, and picking the image for the art asset, and here it was here. Update. Okay. Now the Dex Screener icon has been updated, and it'll probably happen really quickly. Somebody in the community made a really cool icon, which I liked, threw it up there, but then decided it didn't really match the audience very well. Holy cow, Ansem token's at 286 now? Man, that thing just won't stop. That's crazy. Wow. That's bananas. It's just sucking up all the liquidity right now. That's wild. Wow. Another text message coming in here. Oh, that's interesting. It was never implemented for in-game display, not a hidden flag. Right. Okay, so we do have plugins that push data in to the Blocks API read-only database. It doesn't know about this. These bring in per game analytics. And I think they show up, let me take a look and see here. I think they show up here. Let's look here. This is linked to a place. This is analytics. I haven't started promoting it yet, but what a game, one of the games that I know has analytics in it right now should be this. Yes. We have a lot of piping, but not much activity yet. Make public on game page. We do have plugins that push data into Blocks. These bring in per game analytics. Bring in per game analytics that show up on the dashboard for a, why am I typing? Game, and also the Insights tab, I think. Yes. So I'm telling it. it should be able to see these now. So that's the one interesting thing about AI. It only knows what you tell it about or what it can see. This is a super complex project. Super complex project. There are a lot of moving parts to it. Just to give you an idea, these are the plan files. Let me show you. This is the Claude plan file, cursor plan file. See all the different little systems that we've built. And there are a lot of them. These are all major features that were built and added. So I can't, there's at least 100 here. Probably about 100. And some of them are just major systems. Some of them are from 3 months ago. There's a lot that's gone in through here. And there was also the Blocks API backend, which is its own gigantic platform that we built starting in last December, right around Christmas time. So that is designed as like a backend. That is where everything connects together. That's where all the data flows into. From Stream Connect, for Trust Connect, for all the plugins, all our data flows into that. And BloxxBuilder reads from that data. So all the games push to that. And then BloxxBuilder, which is a separate platform, reads from it for all the different data that come in. And I have a separate database, which is a read-only database that connects to that as well. So this is actually a very complex and big architecture because I've used a lot of my own powers to kind of push all this stuff together based on just lots of years of building large systems. And there are 2 large databases as well, because there are going to be lots of different things that work off the Blocks API data. Also Chain Connect, which does blockchain stuff back and forth, and inter-game wiring. So BloxxBuilder is just one piece of the puzzle. So I think that it knows it's a little bit incorrect. Let me just see what it says here. I read it too quickly. This confirms and refines. We do have a MySQL database, which is a read-only cluster. That's correct. It is one way, yes. The data surfaces under here in Analytics. Creator sets Launchpad's on DB. Sessions players is one backed by the Blocks API. Plugin Analytics panel. I think that's the admin only area. We can't get the stuff from OpenCloud because Roblox just didn't build that. So we have to use our own plugin to get this stuff. The admin area has, let me show you. I want to confirm this too. So Insights, Analytics. Yes, daily visits from this one. I can actually run it right now. Let me do that. Home, continue. Let me open that one up. If I play it now. Okay, so I'm going to play this Blocks API demo game, which is the original one, which loads up chart data, all that kind of stuff. Oh, okay. I'm in a beta program. I need to restart. It's true. I got accepted to the new terrain beta. Waiting for an available server. Retrying. Man, Roblox must be really, really busy today. Okay, we found one finally. Okay, so this is using a Web3 connector where it pulls down all the buys and sells that happen on a chart. It's been a lot of activity today because I know we were up over 400 today, so got some people busy. It's using the Stream Connect plugin, which is why there's a number over my head. But basically the green blocks are buys, the red blocks turns into zombies. That was just a little demonstration of what can be done. So this is live now and pushing the data into BloxxAPI. So if I kind of move this to another screen and I go back to BloxxBuilder, I should be able to switch over to the admin area. Let's see if it shows that there's live people now. Okay, admin. If I go to the BX data, this shows all the stuff that's coming in from all the plugins. So we just got something in just now. So there is a game session that is started just right now. So I can jump in here. I can see all the different stuff that's going on. This is my player session. And I killed a zombie. Now if I kill another zombie by hopping on top of him, oof. Let me just bring this back up again. He's gonna crank me. Come on, get up. It knows that I'm streaming on Pump Fun and on two different Twitches. Oh no, this is the X. It knows that I'm streaming on X. Okay, so I've killed another zombie. I'm gonna kill one more. Actually, let's get some meteors up in here. Come on, zombie. Yeah, you've died. Good. So we've got some zombies that have died, and now these just show up. If I refresh this page, you can see that there are other zombies killed. So my plugin is working great. It's pushing data into BloxxAPI, which is good. If I back all this out and go back to games, so my data pipeline is working as intended, which is important. But what I want to see is, does it realize what's going on? Analytics. It does not. So live data today. Okay, so this is a little bit of a problem for 5-minute buckets. So it's saying that this is not wired yet. And I have alert targets I can set here. Alert me when this happens. Alert me when that happens. So I can close out of the game. Where is it? Here it is. The plugin data is streaming incorrectly. I just checked the BloxxAPI demo game and was able to see live gameplay sessions, etc. I'm looking at the Insights area and the Analytics tab, and the Live Now showed up as 0, although there obviously was just a new user, which was me, and I tested the game. So this didn't refresh. So I just basically need to find out why. It says it's a disconnect. Also, this is not correct. Incorrectly is different than incorrectly. However, I logged in with the creator user who owns BloxxAPI demo, although I was just playing the game and could see that in the BX API plugin area for the admin. All right, let's see if I can figure out what the heck I'm talking about. So what I'm kind of looking at right now is this is one of the major areas that was built also over the last couple of weeks was the alert thresholds. So if we want to do concurrent players, how many people have visited or whatever, this sends out emails right now, and I can add on later on. I'm going to add text, etc. For when things hit in a certain threshold. There are some basic thresholds right now. So if I set visits equal to 5, for example, and that's added as a target, the game has reached that one. So let's do concurrent players, 5. Let's do add target. Okay, when this target has been added, I'll get an email about it. But I need to understand why it says there were no why there were no players in game now, because the admin area saw that there were somebody playing at that moment. Unless like the time zone from the server to me is incorrect, because I know that the server is like PST or something. I don't know. Live now, we should be able to see that. And then forecast and earnings, those are going to be available. This is projected stuff, and there are calculators and things like that. So this is a handy little area that we can do for tracked earnings. So let's see what milestones reached, 5 visits. I wonder if it actually sent me the email for that. I should probably check. It says I already completed that milestone, so I don't think it would have sent me the notification. Nope. That's cool. And that's so like, hey, if you want to know like when you reach a certain amount of money or whatever, you can add these as little things, and it just adds a little excitement into your life. Okay, so let's see what it found. Oh. Oh, does it really have the same data? Yep. Okay. So this is using the Roblox stats. This is a good question. I would rather rely on the plugin backed live count. Or be able to toggle between them as data source on any given, the analytics page. So it's saying that the Roblox public information page, which you can look at, is slow to update, which is true. They're tracking millions of games. It's a busy day. So our plugin is going to have the correct information, but the Roblox like public source information that we were pulling that from is slow to update. But it said, hey, yes, the stuff down below is correct. So let's go take a look and see if that's true. It is. Just now. So it did see that the session showed up here. Yeah, so this is all the same kind of stuff I can see as an admin with all the different events and things like that. So that's really cool. But it didn't show up kind of here. Live data, squad reports. You could do different analysis of what's going on inside your game. And it did see that it's here. See that? Sessions and players. So it did look correct, and I can narrow this down to a specific window that I want to look at. This has got a lot of features to it, for you to be able to look at different things and take action on them. But I need that to update correctly. Public Roblox stats. So this is labeled correctly. This updates hourly. So I want to be able to toggle back and forth, back and forth. Okay, that's fine. So while that's running, let's go here and check this out. So I want to go to the work page, the build page, and the publish page. I want to switch my game though first. I want to go back to Epic Questor. Okay, so let's go to Connect Studio. This is what I've been waiting to try. I think there's going to be a bug here because I haven't checked it yet. So let me download the plugin. Let's look at the install and connect guide first. So it wants you to get an MCP access token. A BloxxBuilder MCP access token with the project scope. Connect your AI agent. Okay, so let's get an access token, which I can't do right now. I actually go to studio settings, so this instruction is a little tough to get to. Bridge connect issues. The docs tell me to go to studio. I should be able to just click on that and it should go to it for me to get the token. Come on. Here we go. So I need to go to studio settings. I'm just going to go through this and we'll sort of fix it after. So go to studio settings and here, and I'm going to get an access token. Here I'm going to do all of them. I already have some, but let's do another one. Create the token. Request failed is probably in the middle of a reboot. Yes, it was. So we'll grab that. And these are tokens that you can use to actually connect your Cloud Code to BloxxBuilder, which is kind of cool. And do other stuff too, like, hey, create me some products and push them to the Roblox site. It'll do that from Cloud Code. We'll try that at another session, but not today. So I'm going to sort of add this one in here, just so I can keep record of it. And go to Games and go to Epic Questor. And it's saying Connect Studio. So here it is. Get an access token, give it a name, copy the token, point your agent at BloxxBuilder. Okay, so that's how to do that. Now for this, I need to download the Bridge plugin. Install the plugin. Where is the Lua file? Okay. I'm going to check out this fix, make sure that worked real quick. Insights, analytics, public. Okay. Alright, so that worked. Alright, I'm going to have to change that up a little bit. I want the public plugin toggle to be for the stats panel in general. Which currently says public Roblox stats. it should toggle back and forth between public Roblox stats and BloxxAPI plugin stats. Okay, so we'll make that change, and I have to find where my actual plugin is. Okay. Let's add it there. And go take a look. Now supposedly, I should be able to, this is a Roblox plugin, I should be able to copy and paste this into my plugins folder. Oh, I already have this one. I did it on the first. We're going to replace it and reboot Studio. I haven't tested this to see if this works or anything yet. So bear with me. The plugin is a little bit of science. I started this one earlier this year and it worked. And what it does is it works through your web browser and talks to Creator Studio through your WebSocket, but also talks to the cloud where I have BloxxBuilder running. So let's open this up. This is one thing that I'm super excited to test out, because when I can get this working well, this is what will let BloxxBuilder push stuff directly into your Roblox Creator Studio. Right now we can push stuff into the creator website, but pushing it here will be pretty wild. So let's go to plugins. I have the bridge here. We're going to maximize it a little bit. Now it wants the token, so I'm going to grab the token that I saved. And try and connect. And it says connection closed. Let's go find out what happened. I have it here. So I'm going to kind of push this off to the side so I can see it a little bit better. And I can't see what the output is, so let's see. Foundation warning. When the plugin unpressed on Studio, the appearances will not update provided unpressed to stay in sync. It says the plugin loaded successfully. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. I don't see any output that's relative to this. And I don't see anything coming into Studio. Okay, so time to debug this. I'm trying to debug the bridge connector plugin now. It's loading up inside Creator Studio. Let's give it a screenshot. BloxxBuilder bridge. I've pasted my token in, and when I hit the connect button, it instantly goes to disconnect. I'm going to rephrase that. It switches to something that looks like a green text, but I can't read it, and then says connection closed. Alright, so I'm going to try a little trick here to see what this says. So I can't see it, it's too fast, but if I press screenshot and I grab this little area here and I record, and hit connect, I'm going to do it a few times. Now I'm going to have a video. And that's going to screen recordings. Come on, there we go. Videos, screen recordings. Here it is. Where is it? Here it is here. 2026-7/3. Here it is. Let's open this up. and I can watch it really slowly. Where's my mouse? To see what happens. Connected, waiting for build jobs. I'll take a screenshot of that. So that's kind of a fun little trick. I zoomed in on a screen recording and see this in the middle. Okay, so now we're debugging the plugin. So previously, I had made a plugin in the Blocks API repo, which was starting some of this stuff, and that was the very early days of Roblox Creator Studio actually supporting a live socket connection. A socket connection is when an application will listen to the outside for things to come into it. Okay. This might be a case of it trying to connect the wrong thing. I want to see stuff coming into the to the terminal, to the back end when it's running, so I can have an idea of what's going on. This is a super important feature. Why? Because previously, BloxxBuilder, it does a really great job of creating a game design doc. It does a fantastic job of creating a task list for you to build against. Really good job. It'll make UI mockups. It helps you with your products, your badges, your videos, your images, all this stuff. But what it doesn't do is build your game for you. You're required to, which I prefer to do, to take the designs, etc., into your own build tools and run things over there. I like to use Cursor, for example. I like to keep track of my source files and do all this stuff. But the 90% of people using BloxxBuilder don't have all that development pipeline. This product is for non-developers to use primarily. I mean, you can use it if you're a developer. It has a lot of useful features. But it's for non-developers to build a game and make some money, right? That's one of its promises. But in order for them to be able to do that, it needs to be as simple as possible. So what I'm trying to do is get it to be as simple as possible. I'm trying to make a bridge between BloxxBuilder and Roblox Creator Studio so that will push things into it. I'm going to start with some UI, try and get that to work, and then start to push a whole all the different scripts and stuff inside there. And that'll at least get people started, and then they can make edits and make changes as they go, but it'll give them the pieces of a working game. And as we get better over time, that'll get us like 80% of the way there. And then to get from 80 to 100, we'll put a lot more effort into development, into making things smoother. It's probably not ever going to be able to one-shot a game unless it's a very simple game, because what AI thinks and what you think are going to be two different opinions. Oh, it's saying, hey, give it a shot right now. Waiting for shell. Okay. The log caught it already. Oh, that's interesting. That's cool. So the connection from Creator Studio to BloxxBuilder is working. Always run. But it's saying that the token I use to sort of authenticate, because what happens is that you paste this token into into your Creator Studio. That way it knows it's you when it comes back in, and nobody else knows your token. This is fascinating to watch. Oh, you can't see what's happening because I'm on the wrong side of the screen. Let me move over. Here I am. And while this is running, I'll go check out and see what's going on. I've been running this stream for 3 hours and 35 minutes. I miss streaming a lot. I can't wait to show you some of this other stuff that I've been working on too. So it's finding a problem. The string I pasted doesn't match what's in the database. Oh, really? Did I make 2 tokens? It wants me to make a fresh token. I don't remember creating 2, but I'll try. All right, so it says my token was no good. Hey, your token's no good here. Let's get rid of that, bro. Close. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to studio settings, and again, I'm gonna move this to make it a little bit more convenient. And my MCP access tokens, which nobody's not going to know what that is. I should just call it access tokens. Change MCP access tokens to just access tokens. In studio settings. That's weird that I made 2. So let's revoke. Let's create a new one. What's going on here? Huh. Oh, because I hit the button that says create token. Name. Bridge 3. Project management, AI, monetization, create token. And it is here. Done. And if I refresh the page, Bridge 3. So let's try this again. I'll go open up Creator Studio and I'll paste in my token and connect. Connected, waiting for build jobs. I see. I created a new token and now it does say that it's connected. I'm excited. Let's see what it can do. The old stale tokens which are revoked still show up on my token list, so I probably want to hide those from the user interface. Don't delete them from the database though. Okay, so we're connected. Let's try something. I've been waiting to try this. So let's go to games and go to Epic Quest Store. Sync your existing scripts. There are no scripts that are synced, so I'm not even going to bother trying that right now. I'm going to go to Build. I'm going to go to UI Mockups. I'm going to go to main menu. I'm going to do run in studio. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to move this over here and see. Run in studio, main menu. It says connection closed. Is that because the server is restarting? Yes. Okay. I have to wait for it to finish. Come on, baby. So my objective for this is to push a UI. Okay, keep. Is to push a UI into the game. So let's reconnect. And now run in studio. It says building. Come on. And let's see what it's doing down here. Nothing yet. So now it has to go out to AI, another AI, and get together all these scripts and then push this into Studio. So I think what we want to see for building is more of a status update. It ran in Studio and there were errors. That's okay. Okay, so there was an error here. This is the part that's going to be extensive. So for this, it's important for us to be able to see the errors that come back from running the bridge so that we can debug and iterate and improve. I tried running a UI build in Studio and got this error message back after a minute or so. It looked like correct, this looks like correct Lua, so we're trying to execute this. And let's see if it showed up here as well. Build job error, see output. The parent property of serial is locked. Current parent place 1, now parent null.
You want to see what happens when you're on a low sodium diet?
What? Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't get my proper calories, I don't get my proper salt intake, which means I sweat more.
Your fluid retention has changed, yeah. So this is the part where I have to choose probably a smarter AI model. That one. I also need to know which AI model we're using to run this and which prompt it is. Where can I view that in the admin config area? I want to point it at the best model I have so it makes the least amount of errors. Last night I ran I ran a game build using Fable to create a game, and I haven't tested it yet. But it didn't even go through BloxxBuilder. I tried it, like I was just laying around before I was going to sleep. I was like, "Hey, build a thing." I don't know if it worked or not, but it probably, if I'm using a like not the smartest, not the best frontier model for script creation, of knowledge of how to create these things inside Roblox Creator Studio, that it will make these kind of errors. And this is kind of one of the things that I was concerned about, is because when you build with Claude or Sonnet or Opus or ChatGPT or Grok, those are all frontier models. So they're going to be smarter. They're going to be better. So we need to be able to access those here as well inside BloxxBuilder, but they do run up the cost quite a bit for a user. So that's something that I've got to kind of be concerned about. There are going to be times like coding where you want to use the best model possible, because I'd rather you get it right as soon as possible rather than have to keep iterating and iterating and iterating, repeating and saying, that didn't work, try this, that didn't work, try this. I wanted to see a whole plan and execute against it. And that's going to be super important. Because I know that I can download all these MD files as a project, pop it into my own build tools and run it, but that's not as exciting to a person who doesn't know what Cursor is or have their own Claude subscription or whatever. It would be way cooler if we could do it ourselves through Builder. But I think that's something that we're going to have to improve over time. So basically we have these prompts that we're sending when we create code. And what you put inside the prompt is important. Because it's like giving instructions to an engineer who may not know about Roblox development. So we have to develop this Roblox specific skill which says, do this, don't do that, avoid this, remember to check this, like all this list of stuff, of these best practices. And we already have that started, of stuff that I myself do. And I know that there are probably some other best practices out there as well. I've been working on Roblox games since last December now, so that's a little bit over 6 months. So I have my own way of doing things. Also, ways to create things that make sure that people don't cheat as easily too. So this is something I'm probably going to switch to Fable to help build off, because this is an important piece. So I'm probably going to have it create a skill. Let me actually see if I can do that right now. I'm going to go home. I'm going to make a new task. I'm going to use Fable. I'm going to set it to, it's set to high. I'm going to set it to extra. The platform I'm building called BloxxAPI, which you can see here in your pinned projects, one of the things that it does is it creates scripts and UI that's meant to be deployed through an MCP server into Roblox Creator Studio. I would like to create a skill file or a prompt context that can be used to make sure that the scripts work with as little iteration as possible. That means knowing which proper objects to attach to, what the best practices are for creating Roblox systems, cheat-proof systems, performance systems, and good UI practices. We can separate the skills into generic system scripting, gameplay scripting, and UI scripting. Okay. So I'm gonna use my premium subscription to create scripts that help us get better output from lesser quality systems. It's worth the money that's spent. I've spent so much money on AI credits while building stuff this year. Oh, so much money. You would not believe, probably. What format should these deliverables take? Markdown files. Should the files include ready-to-use Lua code templates? Absolutely. What anti-cheat does? Standard server authority. So this is something I'm going to iterate on myself, make better and better over time. In the meantime, I have Sonnet, which has been a great tool, doing a lot of testing right now on the bridge itself. It's running a lot of its own tests. There's a lot of puzzle pieces come together. What's that? I can't see it. Is that the defrosted steak?
Mm-hmm. I can replace it for one in the fridge because I put the steaks in the fridge earlier too.
Yeah, I just figured I'd take out some stuff to start defrosting so that we can make some either dinner tonight, which I know is coming up soon, or for a barbecue tomorrow.
If you want it.
Just take some steaks out for the barbecue tomorrow.
They're all out.
No, I only took a few out. There's a lot more.
I took 2 out earlier before you did.
So what are you asking me for?
I can eat this.
Yeah. So you're not having dinner with us?
I haven't. What are you having for dinner?
I don't know. Maybe we'll get pizza, actually.
It doesn't matter. 8:30 party anyway, so it's okay.
Bring your own food, so.
Yeah. They said please bring snacks, just no glass. And if you want to, I did cook chicken again this morning, so it's in the fridge if you want to have some.
I just figured we should have something for a barbecue, that's all.
Tonight?
Tomorrow, probably.
That's cool.
I know they take a long time to defrost. They're big. So, enjoy.
I will.
I will. Okay, so it went and fixed this thing about the milestones that I was looking at before. Let's go check that out. Analytics. Public. Private. Okay, let's go to games and Blocks API demo. And we have this as public private too. So let's go check and see what we have here. That's the plugin analytics. That's cool. And that's its public page. All right, this is what I wanted. Thank you very much. So that's done. And in the meantime, Claude is creating MD files. I like that a lot. Epic Quester gameplay, promotional description. Now let's go back to the gameplay description stuff. Work, build, game page. Oh, let's go to the other game. Epic Questor. After I have all these things kind of working correctly, I will be able to start on the Soul Wars crafting game, which I'm excited about. Build, game page, and let's try this here. Yep, I can't get to this or this. That works. And fight bad guys. You know what I should pick? I'm going to modify my output a little bit, depending on the target audience. You did a great job with the promotional description. I want to be able to include audiences for the promotional description into the 3 age brackets that Roblox really recognizes. Into two, which is 10 to 16 and 16 plus and 18 plus. So let's just change that to under 18 and 18 plus. Because people who are 10, they're not going to be coming to a website to look at stuff. 10 to 16, they might. 18 plus, they probably would. And the rest of the stuff happens in like TikTok videos and stuff. Okay, so that is updated now. And let's go take a look at the gameplay page for this. That's awesome. Epic Quest Store, it didn't save the link. Huh. See if it saved it now. Oh, it's here. They should be kind of combined. I'll work on that later. Not now. These instructions need to be fixed a little bit. But that's okay. Work. Build UI mockups. This should have a more dedicated page when we go to build this, I think. View run history. Yeah, we need to see these like vertically. Yep. Okay, so in the meantime, Fable 5 has generated 3 different markdown files. For the UI builder, we should add some helper notes for animations because almost all of the UIs will have animations. This is great. What a great use of the premium subscription. Making a lot of progress today. I have probably 50 or 60 like to-do items. A lot of them are simple little things, but we can start to build stuff. I mean, as it was before, you can already take things out and push them in. But what I want to do is get this pipeline done of saying, hey, I want to start with a basic game idea, spin up the Roblox place for it, create some concept art, a gameplay page, a game description, and kind of get that going. That would be a very productive day. It's like, we're starting a game today, and here's a list of stuff to do. And I'm running like 3 different AI models right now, which is kind of funny. That way, when we go to our work page, we can look at all this different stuff we have to build, and it makes sense. Code, player movement, and world exploration. Then we can actually plug these things into Direct, so we can plan it out, and then we can push it into the actual Creator Studio. You know, and that raises some other questions too, which we'll have to tackle later, which is the best games are made. Well, if you want to touch code at all, you want to have like a GitHub repo and all that stuff. We're not going to tackle that right now. It's added animation guidance as well. This is really, really cool. All right, let's see what's finished. This finished. Keep all. This finished. Keep all. All right. Done with that. Done with that, and that's the bridge connector. So Okay, well, it's switching to planning mode. First, okay, I'm not going to switch yet. Let's try and get this thing actually pushing into Studio. So let's go back to Build and UI Mockups. I need to rearrange this page a little bit because it's hard for me to use. So I'm going to try that right now. And I want to be able to reference it well. I want this separated. In the UI mockup page, it looks like the workflow process is going to be for us to go one by one through the UI and run them in Studio. So having a grid layout for them isn't that great, because we'll need more screen real estate for the refinements and logging the activity display, etc. Okay, so I've told it about a problem, and I didn't ask it what to do. Let's see what it suggests. No run history. Alright, I want to run this in Studio. Studio not connected, 3 screens locked in. Let's see if this at least works. Connect. Waiting for build jobs. I have to refresh. Yep. That's something I'll need to fix. Yep. It's asking me some questions about how to reorganize this screen. When I'm doing mock-up builds in Studio, I want it to check every 5 seconds. Oh. If I'm not connected to the Roblox plugin, it just says unconnected. I'd like a little refresh button to the left of the connected indicator. Hi, buddy. It's 5 o'clock. We've been streaming for 4 hours. It's bananas. Okay. It's still building stuff. I think it's probably going to... Alright. It told me that... I want to see which AI model it's using for this. Here we go. I probably want to separate these as well. Let's go see if we can find that out. UI mockup generation. Game description, trends research. I think we're missing it here. Unless it shows up in app config. Let me see. It just told me and I ignored it. Looking over here. Okay, this was the question I asked. Studio build script system. It should be up here in prompts. Nope. And my brain is thinking of like 3 different things right now, so it kind of is getting confused a little bit. Dashboard. prompts. It's not prompts. App config. Nope. Here it is. It's in the AI models tab. We should have the drop down here. So it says it's an app config in the build script system. Yeah. It's a tiny prompt. We need a much bigger prompt. That's where we should have a skill added. But it's in the middle of doing something. Now it's like having an argument with GitHub. I don't really know what it's doing right now. Buddy. So there are two different things going on here that I need to fix. Gemini for to pin it. So let's go to, I have to pick an AI model for this. I'm gonna want to pick something good. Let's do Sonnet 4.6. I want to add another one. AI models. I need to be able to add other AI models. But let's pick this one for now. And a banana premium. So there are two problems I need to fix. So I'm just going to add them at the end. I need to be able to add AI models. Right now I can't from the admin menu. Unless it's at the top. Nope. The default model choices for things aren't complete. For example, the UI builder and the script builder. We also need to be able to add MD files, i.e. skill files, instead of hand prompts. Wow. Just saw something very interesting. Okay. So I have to add a few things. Instead of manual prompts. These can get saved into the DigitalOcean Spaces area. Okay, is this done? A new selected screen ID stateful. Okay. 3 things, and we're going to do a plan for them. We're going to use and in particular I'm talking about the AI models tab. In the AI models tab. in the admin app config area, I need to be able to identify and add MD skill files. I already said that. Okay, so we're going to create a plan to do this. We're getting there. So for the higher effort things, which I can try it. I don't think it's going to work that well, but I can try adding, doing the AI mockup. I will right now. It's going to use a fallback. I actually have to get the, I have to add the better AI model. I think I chose Sonnet, but I never pasted it in. Okay, let's fix that. I got distracted real quick. Admin AI models, and I want to pick. I'm going to use this, the best model I have right now here. I need to add in new ones. So I'm going to go to the app config area, and this is which area was this? Build script system. Build startup plan system, build script model. Select it. It's empty. We need to build, edit that. Okay. Let's turn the marketplace off. Nobody uses it right now anyway, and it's just confusing. Okay, so now in AI models, request failed because it's rebuilding over here. Okay, now I can go to log out, sign back in. Whoops, no. Sign back in as myself. Let's go to this game, this crew game here. It will build, go to the UI mockups. Here they are. Nice, that's much better. And that's the main menu. And we want to, oh, studio not connected. Click to recheck. I see. I'm going to put it off to the right. Okay. Here goes nothing. Running studio. I'm going to view the output at the same time here. Waiting for build jobs. I want to see a little bit more of like what's going on. I don't see any of that right now. When I'm building something, whether it be a UI or whatever, right now it just grays out. It shows me a building ... icon. I would like to see more of a history of what's going on in activity. As the same error message. It's not fun to just sit and stare at a, hey, I'm doing something status. Having it fix that. Expected identifier got end of file. Is this because of the max limit? I've got to wait until some of my stuff comes back. Now, I used to be able to see all the jobs. Okay. It created the plan for me. Add a working ad model. So let's take a look at this plan. Oh, good. It found all the default ones that I'm missing. Thank you. That was smart. Good. Like it. Build. And while you're doing that, which building spot should get the new live activity? We'll start with that for now. No flavor. Build job errors. This is a major feature, so it's worth taking the time to do it right. I want to get to actually building my own stuff. In particular, the Soul Wars Crafter game. So these are all kind of like roadblock items. I can use my own build tools. I can pop into Cursor. Like right now, I'm using Cursor to build BloxxBuilder. I can also use Cursor or Claude Code to build the Soul Wars game, which is very tempting to do. But I want to use the BloxxBuilder tools to do it, if that makes sense. Because if I can use those tools to do it, then other people should too. And then I'll be able to run through this to-do list and kind of like tweak these things one by one. Or actually, I can give a lot of them and try and get them to run overnight. Which could be fun to do. It's like, if you understand what I meant in this little note, then add it to a to-do list and build it. Otherwise, ask me questions and do it in the morning. So I can try and probably get a bunch of these done tonight. Or I can add some more details to some of them. Some of them are a little bit more complicated, like hook up the sound effects and music. That'll have to be a later thing. So, the Soul Wars, like I called it the crafting game earlier. So that's going to be based on this bigger picture, new gameplay design that Jack and I came up with, which is you play the role of a bigger piece of the puzzle. So normally you're the hero in a game and you're jumping up to the front lines or doing something like you're the main character. In this kind of a situation, I want to demonstrate that Roblox games can push out information to other games, whether they're Web 3 games, Web 2 games, other Roblox games, whatever. So what I want to do for the Soul Wars game is start with a basic crafter where you are creating potions, and that's called like a tycoon or an incremental. Not incremental. It's called a tycoon or a sim, where you're simulating it. I'm the guy supplying the weapons, the potions, the armor, all that kind of stuff. In its own fun little game, you're competing to be the best there and amass a fortune for yourself. And those things that you're creating get pushed out into the Web3 game and then become available as loot on a battlefield or whatever to affect a bigger picture narrative. It's going to be a little bit easier to build this kind of crafter, and then I'll be able to show how that can be piped in to another game, which is neat because then you can kind of stitch several of these game types together to create like a meta game, a true meta game across game engines, which is really cool because I could have a game running in Unity, for example, that pulls in the special creations. Let's say in the Roblox game, you create something that's a unique item, and you could sell it for a lot of money. Now that becomes an item that can be purchased inside a Web3 game, and your player may not be linked to that item but maybe it could be. We don't want to violate Roblox's rules for real money trading, but that's pretty exciting to do. One of the other things I want Fable to work on, and I'm going to do that, is that one of the files here is huge. It keeps adding to this file. It's massive, and I want it broken up into different modules. I'm gonna go take a look at it now. It's gonna be scary. It's just massive. Project detail. It's massive. It's huge. It's like 15,000 lines. It's massive. That needs to get broken up. So it's kind of like a code maintenance. That's something that I should probably stick Fable at. So two things I'm going to have Fable run on, because it's super expensive, is work on the bridge a little bit more, and refactor that page. But there's just a few of these things. I'll prioritize these to-dos. There's a few of these things that I really kind of want done to reduce the amount of back and forth work that a creator has to do inside their creator studio. But it's almost to the point where we can do a lot of this legwork that you'd have to do to spin up a game pretty quickly. So it's exciting. Okay, so this was done. Beautiful. Let's go take advantage of that now. Sign out. Sign in. Continue. Admin. What's it doing right now, by the way, before I start? The bridge connector. Okay, it's fixing stuff in the connector. So if I go to the AI models tab, it found all of them. I have a lot of different prompts. Marketing composer, trend idea, game architect. Okay, it found all of them. So I want to add a model. Claude Sonnet 4.7. Caps lock. Output type text. Tier. That's a premium. Supports tools. I think it supports tools. Alright. I didn't set its pricing, and it has probably funky pricing, so let's go find out. Claude Sonnet I thought it new task Sonnet Sonnet 5. Oops. Claude Sonnet 5. Let's try that again. Model IDs and versioning. Claude. It's Sonnet 5. Oops. Add model. I can't edit a model. Oh, that doesn't exist. So edit pricing. Okay. So I can't remove models. I need to be able to edit an existing model as well. Clause Sonnet 5. So there's no 4.7, it's 5. Okay, but aside from that, over in app config, what do we call this one? UI mockup generation, UI planning, publish prompt generation, script builder, mockup build spec. Here we go. Perfect. Save defaults. Okay, that worked. Now I can use the mockup build spec. So go to app config, build, start plan system, build script, locked UI build screen spec into runnable Lua. Empty, run in studio. Edit. Drag and drop an MD file here. Here we go. It's here. Ho, 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 ho. That's not what I wanted to have happen. Beautiful. System scripting. What's the difference between system scripting and gameplay scripting? Okay. I think we should be able to do both of them, I guess. Run in build script model slug. Oh, that's not correct. Oops. This was just a slug. Oops. I'm going to empty it. Save. Okay. Run in studio. Edit. Alright, I have 2 more skills, but I'm not sure where to add them. That's the gameplay scripting and system scripting. Okay, so really scripting, system scripting. Okay. Alright, almost done here. I'm going to jump back on and finish this one, and that is Claude Sonnet 5, edit model. It shows up down below. I can't change the slug. I need to be able to change the slug print AI model. Because there's no such thing as a 4.7. Okay. Finish up. Slug management is what it's called. AI models. So what I'm thinking of, and why I have this thoughtful look on my face, is when we're doing UI scripting or gameplay scripting, it seems like I would need both of those. Is it true that system scripting should be used in conjunction with UI scripting or gameplay scripting? With both. Because we're not going to tell the system to choose. I would basically need to chain some of these skills together. Aha. So I was correct here. So, okay, I need to support multiple skills. No, I want quality. I don't care about the pricing necessarily right now. Okay, let's fix that one now. Okay, now going up to app model, Claude Sonnet 5, script builder, Claude Sonnet 5. Perfect. Whew. Okay, one final change here, and then I can hopefully try these things out. Some of the prompts really need more than one MD file. for example, on gameplay scripting and system scripting, and UI scripting, I'm getting confused. I'm going to confuse the heck out of it. I'm just going to put this in and see what it says. What I want it to do is allow me to add multiple skill files. Yes. Yep. Yes. And I don't want it to just create one big text blob. I want to see the ones that are composed for it. Because I might want to have like a clean scripting skill, a Roblox scripting skill, a security skill, and be able to combine them all into one prompt. Because those all, as far as the system is concerned, those all kind of get fed into one single prompt that goes into your system, and then you get some output out of it. How you doing, guys? We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I hope you're holding up strong like a bull. And it is showing just me and the middle screen. And I am ready to make some games, man. I can close that piece down now. I'll add that over. Hide this little thing because we don't need to see it all the time. Okay, so while this is running, let's go try a UI. No, we'll wait for it to finish. It's just about done. It's just about done, I have a feeling. So when this is done, I should be able to give it my Roblox UI scripting skill that Claude Fable created and my Roblox system scripting skill together, and then try and have it run the UI build and see what happens. Okay, let's keep this. That just makes things more and more usable. Okay, so let's go back here to app config. It's still hard for me to know which in Studio, which prompts are used for what, because a lot have been added here. Claude Sonnet 5. Okay, this is the model slug in Studio, which is here. Build script system, edit. Drag and drop MD files here. So first that, perfect, and now that. Perfect. Okay, here goes nothing. Let's switch back to sign out. Let's switch back to me. So what I did is I combined two skill files. Excuse me. I maintained two separate skill files. One that should apply to all scripting that gets done for a Roblox game, which is important for Lua, best conventions, all that kind of stuff. And then added the UI particular one for this UI build. I'll do a separate one for gameplay scripting, etc. So let's try this now. Let's go to main menu. We'll do the connector here. Connect, waiting for build, and Try again. Now it's connected to Studio. At least it's good to know that that part is working right. And now we have, you know, a long way we can go from there. Run in Studio. So I know this is going to take a lot of iteration to get this right. No active pricing model. Okay. Let me go ahead and do that. Pricing. $3 per input, $15 per output. That's expensive, but cheaper than Fable and cheaper than the other one too. Okay, admin, AI models, Claude Sonnet 5, edit pricing. Oh, it also tells me, which I forgot about this, it tells me which ones we're using for what. That's good to know. Input per 1,000 tokens. 3. Output. Cached input per 1,000. It doesn't. And max output is 128k tokens. Let's add a number here. And I want to kind of confirm what I'm seeing here. I'm adding pricing now for Claude Sonnet 5. The UI specifies it per K token, but the pricing specifies per million token. I think we already counted for that in the pricing model, but I want to double check. And let's save it. So what I'm doing is I needed to add this new AI model because I want a good quality model to generate the UI text with. But I just want to confirm what the pricing is, because the old ones that we're using, I didn't even get to this. Yeah, it always specified millions, or M, but that can have a funny context. In advertising, for example, that means 1,000. To all parts of the world, that means million. Excuse me. Max output is 128k, so I'm actually going to change that up too. Max input on this is actually so it could take 1,000,000 tokens on input, which is pretty crazy. We'll 128. It's a lot of tokens, but we might need some of those. We don't know. Okay, so let's see what it did. Oh, it wants me to change it up. 0.003. .003. So I do have to do the division. All right, good to know. 0.003 and 0.015. Now I can use the better tokens. Oh, and the cash tokens should be changed as well. And that's a premium, sure is. Cash tokens 0.002. Alright, that's good to go. Pricing updated and refreshed. So now I'll sign out, I'll sign in. I should be able to go try this thing and then work on any errors that pop up from here. Alright, go to Epic Quester and we'll go to the build UI mockups and check the connection. Oh, we have to connect again. Connect. This part is working great. So let's do the main menu HUD here. We'll do Run in Studio. Generating Lua. Invalid request error. Temperature is deprecated for this model. Cloud Sonnet 5. I'm working on generating the Lua for the AI UIs now. Got this error message. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. So, the two things we're looking at now are generating the Lua, which is what Roblox uses for its coding language. And there is I know there is a TypeScript thing too, but not everybody has that installed, so I got to go with what everybody has installed. Generating the Lua for it, and then pushing it into Studio. I'm looking at this picture too, and realizing that probably when this gets dissected, there's going to be a background image, right? And then button images. So the UI has to know to, when it chops things up, to separate it like this. We'll see how well it does that. That's a whole nother thing too, is I want it to be able to generate image buttons. So we'll see how well it does at that. That's going to be a really cool skill for us to iterate on, is take this picture and generate the image assets that you need for it. Then it's going to need to know to separate the background, recreate it or whatever, and then create a button graphic that we can reuse in other places. Or let me upload it. But it would be great if it could do it itself. I don't know if we can get like transparent images out of these libraries. So that'll be a kind of a separate thing we work on. So temperature is something that is done with a lot of text-based stuff. And it's like if you raise the temperature, it creates a lot of variability. That's not really appropriate for this. We want quality, not variability. I don't know what this does either. I completely forgot. I asked it to create this, I remember. But I don't remember what it's for. Alright, it looks like it's about done. Okay, so it's a self-healing thing, so let's try this again. Run in Studio. And I have Studio open. Oh, it's not connected? Connect. I have Studio open on the side. So what it's doing is it's going to try setting this temperature variable anytime it sends a an AI model request, but if it comes back rejected for temperature, it's going to remember it and not ask for that again. So that's good. Oh, we rebooted. And I don't really know why, which isn't very nice. Cursor, close that down. Build, UI mockup, main menu, connect, run in studio. At least there's a little counter on the screen now. I'm looking at the server logs too to see if anything is going on. I'll be happy to switch over to DigitalOcean's offering as well, because this is using like my personal tokens. Okay, I got it. Empty response from AI provider. No fallback available. That should be the right slug. Model overview. Claude-Sonnet-5. Yeah. It's adding better diagnostics. Maybe it's this tool thing. I'm going to disable that for now because I don't think we use it anyway. Edit model. And it always takes me a second to remember that this is down and save. And Claude Sonnet 5 is used for this and that as well. Must support vision. Does it support vision? I know it supports vision. Reasoning capable providers can spend their max token budget on hidden thinking and stop before ever writing the actual answer. Oh. I wonder if that's what's happening. Let's increase this. I wonder how they treat that, because an image is usually they can be big. So I wonder if those are considered tokens or what, if the actual deliverable is something different. Alright, so that's done here. I increased the window. the context window. Hopefully that will make a big difference. And go back to Epic Quest Store and build, work on those UI mockups, and let's connect. And connect here. Main menu. Yep. I think it's going to be ready. We'll see what the next error message is going to be. I want to be able to support this direct kind of building approach as well as a tool building approach, because some people won't want to have us use RDL. They'll want to use Rojo or whatever. So I'm going to make sure I modify the publish feature to generate all the MD files that you might need for all of it. And try that. I'll try that separately as well with different game types. What's cool is that Claude will hook up to BloxxBuilder. I want to test that as well. That's a new feature to actually like pull your game information, modify some of the stuff so you can actually like automate BloxxBuilder from your own UI tools. Okay, so that's done. Let's go ahead and make sure this is connected. We're good. Run it in Studio. So I think last time it ran for about 30-35 seconds and then stopped with an empty response. So that smoothie's dead. I never finished my mushroom coffee. Sonnet produced no visible text at max tokens equals 4,000. Retrying with max tokens equals 12,000. Why is there a max tokens there? I've set the max tokens inside the Claude model to be much higher than 4,000. Why was that set as max tokens equals 4,000? Claude, not Cloud. So it's retrying it with a higher number of tokens. But I told it to use a very high token cap. Ah, a lot of the scripts use hard-coded token limits. That's an early artifact because this project is several months old. So it's creating a helper now that checks the database limits for a token model instead of using the hard-coded limits in general. I'd done that originally as a cost-saving measure, but we're past that now, aren't we? And it's 6 o'clock p.m. I think my cats are going to start to get hungry. Yeah, I do like this UI screen. It's very easy to use. I think it would attract the players. Before I shut down the stream, I really did want to like get one screen kind of pushed into Studio, get something pushed there. But because this is a lot of like slow start, progress, whatever, this is true building in public, you know. I might want to generate the plans. That's probably more entertaining for you guys to watch. Generate the plans for the Soul Wars Crafter. We could do that kind of together, and then use a different build tool to actually create it until this is working well. So I kind of do that offline. I keep looking over here because that's where it's trying to fix this max token context problem. What are you doing with your Friday night? Just in, President Trump invites UFC fighter Justin Gaethje to the Oval Office. He's doing this. They make that grim face. Urgh. Okay, it's finding all areas where hard-coded tokens were placed. And that reminds me, I actually had a here we go, Roblox Trend Loops, which is running. Ran scheduled task. Alright, let's look at today. So I'm having the new Claude research the loops instead of other things. For crafted. This looks interesting. Ritual reveal. Some of the ideas it mentions just don't look like they'd be fun. 226, 7. Oh, 3. That's today. I love this feature. It looks really cool. Some of them don't translate well to the way people play games. They'd be fun to play, but for a more sophisticated person. Not all people that play Roblox games are sophisticated persons. Some of these are really interesting ideas. This is a good human behavior kind of loop. What my system does, it goes finds trending videos on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. And then if it's got YouTube views, that kind of reinforces its virality. And it finds these human behaviors and pulls those out onto possible gameplay loops. And the idea is that if you made a game that was based on one of these nested level virality gameplay loops with monetization, that would inherently be more viral because you'd be creating content for a game that was based on popular video content. So it's a really great idea. Okay, it says it fixed the max output token, so it's been restarted. So let's go ahead and try this again. So we're going to connect again, and then run in Studio. And now let's watch. Cloud Sonnet 5 rejected. And by the way, I'm not going to have it fix this. I believe you said that the temperature rejections would not repeat, but these clearly are. I'm not going to press enter on that because I'm more curious about seeing what happens with the UI build. So it's going to do two things. It's going to take the image, take the spec that was made for it, create Lua code for it, and then push it to Roblox Studio. I don't think that it is going to dissect this image into component parts. That would be something really useful to add. But that would need to be an orchestrated process, because usually when you send a prompt to an AI model, you get one thing back. In this case, it would be multiple things back. So it would have to say, do this, now do this, now do this, now do that. So far, no errors coming back. I wouldn't mind if it takes 2 minutes if it works well. I wouldn't mind if it takes half an hour if it works well, because that's a lot of time saved. And this is an example of something that could be its own good standalone tool. To be able to convert mock-up images into usable animated UI. I could sell a $9.95 subscription just based on that alone. And it's not really trying to use our Roblox bridge yet, by the way. It's connected, and it will use the Roblox bridge. Right now, it's just trying to generate the Lua for it. Then hopefully it uses the correct MCP command to get this Lua. Oh, it generated it. Now it's sending it over to Lua. Excuse me, to Roblox Studio. That's exciting. There's probably going to be some errors here. I saw some errors happen here. Studio did not respond in time. Is the place open and the plugin connected? It is. So I'm going to just basically show it what I could see. Come on, get out of the way. Get out of here. So where's the generated Lua? We should be able to retry that. Okay, I'm gonna crank the Sonnet 5 up to Fable because I want this to work well. So let's do that now. It generated the Lua for the UI, but then failed on sending it to Roblox Studio. Here's the error message. You can't see what I'm doing, which is not very entertaining. I'll bring this back over. A couple of things here. I'm also pasting in what I see in Creator Studio in the output panel. If the Lua is successfully generated but it errored out on pushing to Studio, we should preserve that Lua code so that we can try again. Instead of regenerating it. It's also hard to see why there was a problem pushing it to Studio. It tried to push some of it to Studio, but it looks like it errored back. Alright, now we're using Fable. Now costs are being incurred, ladies and gentlemen. I got a text message coming in from X by Macho Man. It says, so many viewers, so slow movement. Yes, people are aping into Ansem's coin, not because he's building anything, but because he's Ansem. And That's where a profit is available right now, so a lot of people are heading on over there. That's okay. As a reminder, we do have several products that are part of the Blocks API family. BloxxBuilder, which I'm kind of working on right now, is one of them. We have several different plugins for Roblox that are also either coming out or are already published. Anything that generates revenue, a certain percentage of that revenue goes back into the chart, including games that we create, subscription revenue, all that kind of stuff. There are also some token-specific products coming out later this summer after these are done. All of those things will require utility of the Blocks token itself. But this product is aimed at Roblox creators and people who've never made a Roblox game but want to make some money. So this plugin that we're using to bridge BloxxBuilder and Roblox Creator Studio had just a basic bit of functionality in it. It's basically meant to pass code through. We need to make sure that it supports all of the commands that MCP server come in. But I'm telling it, it's like, hey, we used 90 seconds of time plus credits creating the Lua for the UI or whatever it is. So the UI did its work already and it was a good model. So don't ask it again. Save that work so we can push it out. Okay, so it created a little to-do list, which is what Sonnet is good at. And now it's going to keep working on that. Good, the Lua is already saved server side. Alright, I'm going to go jump over the Telegram and see what's up. It's my pleasure. I love working on this stuff, and it's so close to being usable by so many people. And I don't see many other comments that came in from the X deal, but it doesn't show me them all. I'm going to go take a look and see if I can see any. So for this one, we have achievement badges already in. We have in-app purchases already in. There's some game UI that's mocked up that's on in. So we have a lot of the stuff around the game already created, which takes game developers time to make every time they spin up a new game. And that's pretty amazing. At some point in time, I wanted manual control over those things, like do this, then do this, and do this, do this. At some point in time, we will have an automation that runs through those. But you run the risk of being called an AI slop game if you just let it do everything and push it out. And maybe that doesn't matter to you, but I don't want to just be creating a glut, a surplus of terrible games. They actually won't be terrible. They're going to be good. Because the game loops are... I haven't seen a bad game loop yet. But sometimes the most popular games on Roblox aren't really great game loops. Like this keyboard run game, I love it. I tried it once and then played it for like 4 hours, and I spent like probably $50 on in-app purchase stuff. It's a runner. You run forward, you jump over obstacles, and you keep getting faster and faster as you... And the floor is made of keys that make cool ASMR keyboard sounds. It's a smart idea. It actually is, it kind of taps into the whole trend idea because people like ASMR, People like the sound of keyboard, like the clicky sounds. They have different keyboard cap types that people use, switch types. And that's a great translation of human behavior into gameplay, so that's pretty neat, really. And you jump over things and get faster and faster and faster, and when you fail, you try again. That's the game loop. Get faster, level up, try again. Run through the. I guess it's an obby. Excuse me, obstacles. So I'm using Fable for this one, which costs a lot. It is cheaper until, I think, for a couple more days, so I gotta maximize usage of it now. I'm probably gonna actually do that on a separate tab and then go have dinner and stuff like that. There's some festivities tonight for 4th of July. Please take a look at the existing Bridge plugin that we have. Make sure that it will support all of the available MCP server commands for Roblox MCP server. One thing I'm thinking about too is I make the choice a lot to create programmatic UI, which is tough to then go back and design against. So you can open up Roblox Studio and have, which is here, and under your starter GUI, you can have different things being shown. So that you can click around and stuff like that. All of the UIs that BloxxBuilder is making they're programmatic, so they don't exist here for you to click on and like switch around and change up and stuff like that. Sometimes people may want to have the option to bake it in so that they can move things around by hand. So that's something we'll have to address later on, but not right now. Same thing for maps too. When we create maps, the programmatic ones can look a little funky. You get much more control over maps if you bake them into the world. That way you can move things around manually, adjust how they look, all that kind of stuff. That's where a lot of the polish out of a game comes from. I did that yesterday in one of the other games that I was working on, this Western FPS game, kind of loosely based on an old favorite of mine called Outlaws by LucasArts. It was a lot of fun to play, and we played so much multiplayer Outlaw. It had like humorous spaghetti western, like bandits and stuff like that. It was wicked fun. I smell somebody making a steak. Updating them to the new intended behavior. Alright, so new agent. It's going to work on this. And I'm going to try and find this. So we have just going to do a quick ask. And I'm just going to use Composer. Which AI model or app config setting do we use for gameplay scripting? Because I have two different skills to add there too. I want to add it now while it's busy doing other stuff. Jack? Chase?
Yeah.
Can you feed the kitties, please? It's 6:22.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sure.
Kitties are hungry. Alright, so I'm going to go look for this. It should be separate. This should be separate from the UI build scripts, is that right? Oh. Please create a plan to implement this. Gameplay scripting. Gameplay and system scripting, because I have dedicated skill files that I'm going to want to connect to those areas. Alright, so that explains something. So it's using a weaker fallback model for the gameplay scripting. So I'm going to want to both pick a good quality AI model for those, as well as use the skill files that we have set up. And that was a phase 3, and we did phase 1 and phase 2, and I never did phase 3. I stopped at the UI stuff. And my children are arguing about somebody burnt the seasonings on a steak. Very funny. Okay, it fixed this. It says it fixed the build thing, so I'm going to try that now. It's already restarted, so let's try it again. Go to main menu, and I will connect, and connect here, and try it again. Retry send to studio. Really? Okay. I see that you added a retry send to studio button. Ideally, Run in Studio knows that it's already got generated code. Or not. Adding more options can just confuse a user sometimes. I'm going to leave this one and run it afterwards. I'm just going to try it in the meantime. And I got an error. Connect. Studio connected. Sending to studio, waiting for it to build. I think it gave the same error message. In regards to retrying the send to studio, we got the same error message. Roblox Studio output shows the following. Oh, do I need the new plugin? Do I need to refresh the plugin? It needs to regenerate. Oh, yeah, it needs to regenerate it. So I'm going to let it regenerate. I realize now that the generated output sometimes needs to be regenerated, which is separate from the sending to studio. So please keep the buttons the way they are for now. Sorry for that. Do you apologize to your AI? I do. Because when the AI runs the world someday, I want it to remember that I'm polite and gracious and just a dumb human asking stupid questions, so it doesn't seek to mow me down in a hail of gunfire. I hope that you feel the same way. Everything is back to normal, yada yada yada. Is regenerating the stuff. And studio is connected. Yep. Oh, there is a new plugin. I need to download that. Okay, so let me go to the plugin. Publish page. Download. Studio connected. I don't want Studio to be connected. Disconnect. Download plugin. Download it here. Yep. And I'm gonna have to take a break after this, guys. I'm tired and my kids need me. Plugin, and let's go to outputs. Where did I put this? Here we go. Alright, so I have to download this again. Download plugin. Save on Epic Quest Store. And Epic Quest Store is there, and I need to put it in my Roblox plugins directory. Replace it. And I have to reopen the place because that's how it does it. So let's close this place down. And then open it back up. We do have a connection working. That's pretty cool. Man, I hear the sizzling out of some steaks going on over there. Setting up server. You can do this. Cancel. Trying again. Let's take a drink. I don't know why it's currently stalled. It's a roadblock kind of thing. Is it this file? Try opening that up. No, it's a Roblox thing. Hey Chase, kitty's been fed?
Yep.
Dry food too?
Mm-hmm.
Fresh water?
No.
Use a bucket. Hello, Jack.
Hello.
Okay, so this seems like it's having trouble starting up, but I wonder if it's because of the... It can't be because of the plugin. Just gonna have to wait for it.
Okay. You want anything?
No thanks. I'm gonna be taking a break soon.
Alright.
After I take a delicious drink. I'm trying to remember what I had to eat today. Oh, I had a protein shake. This is strange that this won't run here. Initializing plugins. Epic Questor. We could not join the area on Connect. Retry. Huh. Alright, I guess we need to give this a minute. Huh. That's weird. I could open my other places, but not this one. Let me see if there's some kind of a problem with it. Version history. Let's try restoring it. Okay, now I'm going to try opening it. This is the first time I've seen Roblox kind of having a problem opening up a place. I'm just gonna let it sit here, I guess, and go make dinner for a couple of the kids. A couple of them made some delicious steaks, sounds like, and my daughter and her boyfriend have not. So, time for me to get some dinner together for the Munchkins. We got a lot done on this stream, 5.5 hours of it. We still need to test this bridge out and see how that works. But I'll debug this off stream and start up again. Later. I know there's some 4th of July stuff going on down at the pool later today. I think at 8:30. Not sure, but I will try and come back on tonight, guys. Thank you for hanging around on the stream. We have a lot of streams coming up this summer. As you can see, the BloxxBuilder product is just about complete for us to make stuff with it. Whether or not it pushes stuff live into Roblox is one thing, but it's to support building into other areas. Today you watched me hook up live code skills that are pertinent for Roblox. We can do the same for other game engines as well. 3JS, Phaser.js, Fortnite, Unreal, all of them, Unity. So we can actually create skills that are particular for all the different game platforms one by one, which is amazing. And we have several different games that we're going to be producing. The Stream Connect plugin is done. I added some X functionality to it yesterday, and I'm going to be anxious to kind of get that out too. There's a streamer that I'm working with. I'm going to have him test it out and tell me what he thinks about it, if it's any good. Or if he thinks it could be useful to other game projects. And all of our games that we create will have the plugins in them too. So Jack and I built Kitten Empire. We put it out. We haven't started getting user acquisition up and running for that yet. But that'll probably be available to our closed, not closed, you have to join it. So our joinable community group on Roblox. So be able to test that out anytime. So there's basically a lot of the building has been done, and so now we're in a combination of using it. Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. We're in the progress of using it and doing a lot of the marketing that needs to get done so people get the word out. So this one is going to be exciting too. I'll actually pop it open, see if it runs right now. Okay, so this is a basic Western FPS game. It needs a lot of its models done and all that kind of stuff, but dismiss. A lot of the basic stuff works already. You can pick a character and it needs artwork, and then run around and shoot at guys who come up. So everyone has a little bit of their own little unique weapons. That's a rifle scope, which is cool. So I can zoom in and make a sniper shot, which is cool. So I need sound effects and all kind of cool stuff. There's a run thing, there's armor, first aid. So for this, the basic gameplay loop is done. It's fun already. Now we need to add stuff like sound effects, there's voice effects to add, and do some map building for this one. And then this will be, and of course all the UI needs to get done. So this will be a fun one to push out into the world. They're looking for FPSs in Roblox now and real-time strategy games. And it's got built-in multiplayer, right? So we're going to push out a game, probably do a game a week or so, and make some money this summer. So thanks for hanging out and watching the stream. Let me show you Kitten Empire too, in case you haven't seen it. Okay, and maybe you want to see it. This is a lot of fun that Jack and I had to this one. This is called an incremental game. Incrementals are a lot of fun because they basically give you, please work. They give you cash right away as a player, like in the first few seconds of you using it. And then the job of an incremental game is just to amass cash. So this is the one that we built by hand and with AI. So there's a market district here. You got some signboards that tell you to follow the group, follow the devs, and all that. And it's a little city area. So let's see what this looks like. And there's a stage in the background that we're going to have the Stream Connect stuff running on. This has got its own custom soundtrack too, which is fun. So basically you walk up to a cart and you click. Every time you click, you make money. It's that simple. You make money when you click. And then you can upgrade it so you make money faster. And then there's a kitten purr noise that came. You can hire the manager. The manager clicks for you automatically, so you get money automatically. Now I'm just getting money. See? I can run around and collect items that are out there. I can rescue cats. I can upgrade my, there's a shop icon. I can upgrade my income. I can grab some AFK cash because you make money when you're offline here. Kitten rescued. And every time you do something, it's called Kitten Empire because your skyscraper gets bigger and bigger and bigger every time you do something. You can build more carts. So there's a catnip kitten stand, which is really cool. And what's this one that Jack did? A paw boutique. Oh, I fell down. So yeah, the idea is you just keep getting more and more money behind it. And you have friends that come along too. So these are people in my friends list, and it creates an AI NPC. They come and check out your car. So fluffy, hooray! So this is a game aimed at the regular Roblox audience. Now, while I have a building, these are going to be some bigger things back here. My own little skyscraper, I can upgrade the tower. I already have the build faster. Actually, I have to be level 10 for these. So right now it is level 7. So I can quickly get to level 10 by going and getting some more cash. So let's do that. Hey Davey, cute kittens, thank you. So I'm going to upgrade as many times as I can afford a bunch. And I'll upgrade this as well. And now you can see how much money. My skyscraper is getting bigger and bigger and bigger back there. And I'm just getting more and more money. So I upgrade the tower, I can build faster, I can have fireworks that shoot off, and for this I want to enable that and enable that. So this will teleport me right to the roof of my building, which is cool. I can see the whole city from down here. And I can jump off, oh no! Or I can go skydiving, which is fun. So I have a little skydiving thing now, and I can skydive across the map. Yay! Oh, look at an ATM. I can run up to the ATM and just click on it to get cash. Yeah! And now it's the recharging. And this will be some cool places where you can come and use the Stream Connect plugin. And this is some stuff that Jack made. You can do remote upgrades, so you don't have to run up to stuff. Make it real easy for you to spend money. Hello! And this is a new feature that Roblox added in too, which is a shop page for your game. Anyway, this is Kitten Empires. Little fun game that Jack and I made together, and more coming. So yeah, I'm going to close this down and look quickly to see if I can get that other thing back open again, or if it's bugged somehow. That's going to be weird if this doesn't work. Maybe I need to revert it to an earlier version. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. But alright, I'm going to go have dinner, and I will check you guys later. Thanks for hanging out with me for almost 6 hours for some of you.